Welcome to the stream. Today on Honkai Star Rail, there's some cleanup to do. We're probably gonna take a look at our phone again, as we have been doing a few times now. The only thing I know I want to do is Clara's companion mission, which is one of the phone messages we will have to check out. Everything else, I do not know what will happen. First things first, something I do not know what will happen. When we first took the elevator up from the Undercity, we ended up in the subway station here and found a ticking bag or something. And within it we found a clock. This pretentious man is... Is there anything worth my attention? Or something you need to talk to me about? Is this watch yours? That's the watch Lord Simon gave me as a gift. I was just wondering where it had gone. Thank you so much. So, no recompense for returning the watch to you? Why, yes, of course. I, Wallace, will never mistreat a friend. This is the reward I prepared for you. Please enjoy. Yay, 5,000 money. Well, that was worth it. There's also something I noticed last time. That is a similar item we randomly found belonging to a person. It was right here. At the very end of the last stream.
Don't worry, Mr.
This shopkeeper person, pawnbroker, Andian. About this component. Apparently we found a component somewhere, at some point. Just now, a young man passed by the door of the jeweler's pagoda, muttering on about revenge, revenge. Go ask him. It might just be worth your while. If you manage to get something, come back to me and I'll tell you about the true value of this small component. Where exactly did you say? Are you gonna repeat yourself? A man passed by the door of the jeweler's pagoda. Oh, you. Not these people, surely. A tattered courier package is left abandoned on the ground. The bright red stamp of returned on the bill signifies its fate. 999 Zooming Morph Moon is written on the name of goods column. The expensive flowers lying quietly in the tattered courier package reflect the love life of their sender. Open it. You open the package and the letter falls out and slips in between your fingers. A refreshing and pleasant scent wafts from the paper. You can't help reading it. It seems these boxes are now our trash cans in this area. They have not been active when we first visited here. Chen, I hope everything goes well on your side. Although you aren't around, I can always feel your presence by my side. I can feel your presence like the breeze blowing against my face when the stream flows along the valley and run across the delves. How poetic. I try to memorize you when you are around, like I am learning to admire the most romantic poem as a student at the academy. I scrutinize the sentences that represent you and try to remember every single one of them. The writer must be a fan of the exclamation point. Once again, please allow me to ask you with all my sincerity, would you be my lover? I'll wait for your answer forever. The question almost sounds like an imploration. You fold up the letter, and it seems like the breeze has an exclamation mark too, as it starts gaining intensity. Sadly, what the writer receives in reply is the bright red return stamp. Another gust of wind comes, taking the letter away from your fingers. It drifts to its demise like the love life of the sender. Beautiful. Poetic. The smell of rotten food comes from the courier package. The bill writes, "Please ship my purchase as soon as possible. I have starved for 3 days." Unfortunately, the food is stuck here because of some accident. You wonder how the poor guy who has starved for 3 days is faring. I must help this stranger. From the looks of it, the package might have once contained a bowl of fried rice. You can replace it with another bowl if you wish. Sure, I have 6 of those. You write down the recipient's address and find a clean courier package to put fresh food in. Then you book a random courier cycraner to collect it. Hopefully the meal will be able to help the poor stranger. Yay! Praise of high morals. I wonder if there is a use for that somewhere in this city that I have not found yet.
Test pear wrap, song lotus cake, guaranteed delicious.
Did you hear?
That old chestnut. OMG. It's so like, you know. Yeah, who'd have thought? Is this a secret code or something? You're part of this conversation. I'm too. Anyone talking about revenge around here?
Can I have this one? No, actually, that one. Wait, maybe one of those.
This courier package is stuffed to the brim. Judging from the bulging of the box, you surmise there must be lots of things inside. Neither the sender's address nor the recipient's info is on the digital label. Should you open it up? Open it up! The Shianso property law places the right to ownership of any unowned courier package on the first person to find it. First of all, there's dozens of toy figurines, each has a different shape, and the only thing they share is that they are all unopened and in pristine condition. A protective film covers the whole of this section, and they are dressed pretty skimpily. Oh no. Found someone's figurine collection. Next up, there's a stacked photo album. Judging by the worn edges, the owner must have spent countless hours poring over these by candlelight. Unable to turn away, the contents of the images is enough to turn you red as a beetroot. Below this are small palm-sized boxes stuffed with small pictures, probably some kind of card game. Clara, you should not be looking at any of that. Further on down, has a gaming console plus several game discs. And even further down, nothing. Just a letter that opens with a heartbreaking line. Marriage is the tomb of love. I'm not sure about that, but it's the tomb of hobbies. Please can the kind-hearted soul who finds this take care of my earnest collection of treasures. Thank you. Blindsided, you feel as though you've learned a valuable life lesson. Your eyes are glistening. Leave it to true love. The box is heavy. It contains the broken dreams of an adult. Let's leave it to those who really love this kind of stuff. You silently close the box lid. Such high morals. I do not want to carry all of that heavy burden.
Test pear wrap, song lotus cake, guaranteed delicious.
Did you hear?
Revenge! I'll have my revenge! There you are. I must get my revenge. If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? No, I must have tooth for a tooth. An eye for an eye! I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to other people's feelings there. I apologize. Is there anything I can do for you? Do you need this thingamabob? How did you know that I lost an important thingamabob? Dirty mechanical part. Small part used for mechanical production, smaller than a person's fist. That's not mine. I remember gripping onto that component so tightly that it dug into my skin. Could still be bloodstains on my component, but this one's clean besides the rust stains. Still, it's from my dad's old factory, so it still inspires me. Thank you, I will hang on to and cherish this, but surely I can't just take without giving something back. So how about you have this iron box here? What's in the box? It's a treasure that a customer no longer needs. By treasure I mean, look here, a slot for a key that's rusted over, and I don't have the key. It may be very valuable indeed, but I can't open it. Since we've been destined to meet, let me give you this box here in the hope that it's something worthwhile. Old tin box. A rather artsy tin box sitting there silently like a book. Please put this tin box on sale on the shelf of the second row to the right of Spare Time Bookshop's door. Ha! Very specific.
Did we get back?
Do you have anything to say about that? I went and replaced the component. How about it? I was right, wasn't I? The small component was more valuable than you could have possibly imagined. It even managed to get you this iron box. Feels like I can exchange this with someone I know. Looks like you're already familiar with this hustle, huh? What about this? I'll give you a few hints. There's a bookstore over in the Exalted Sanctum called the Spare Time Bookshop. Go check it out. This one, where I bought all the books.
Don't worry, Mr. Svarog. We'll be safe here.
Do you have more books? Possibly. Are there really no iron boxes here? We used to stock a novel by an outworlder called Iron Box. It used to be the second shelf on the right, but it's a real shame we've already sold out. I'm not looking for a book, but an actual iron box. But we are a family bookstore here. We sell books, not boxes. Why did you come looking for a box at a bookstore? It's all a bit of a joke. I'll tell you all about it if you don't mind. As you can see, I'm a Vidyahara. Before my last hatching rebirth, I met this outworlder who claimed to be a messenger from the Garden of Recollection, who could help me preserve my memories. He promised me that he'd store all of my most beautiful memories inside this memory bubble, which he'd be keeping for me inside this iron box, and that after my hatching rebirth, I could use this memory bubble to return to the memories of my past. My past self left behind a key and a notebook for me, but unfortunately there is no iron box here at the bookstore, so that messenger must have been a scammer. Ah. Where on earth is that iron box? How about right here? Don't tell me this box matches my key exactly. Let me give it a try. The key apparently fits, but the inside of the keyhole is severely rusted. You notice that after several attempts she finally twists open the lid, but you'll never know whether the key fit or whether it was forced open. There's no memory bubble. Hang on, here's a photo, a ring, and a letter to someone. You wait as she reads the letter, tears streaming down her face as if her most precious memories are being reaped. My past self had fallen in love with this short-lived species person, but was afraid nobody would remember their life story, so she made up this caper about a memory bubble, hoping I could find the box she left behind. How selfish she was! And why'd you leave it behind at the bookstore? I think only our mischievous friend the shopkeeper knows. If you hadn't brought me the iron box, I'd have missed all of these memories. How about I give you this jar of draconic tears to you as a way of saying thanks? Tears? It's a herbal specialty from the Dale Gorge Waterscape. It's usually quite pricey, but this jar of draconic tears here is of lower quality. I won't get much for it, so why don't you take it? Yay. Did you give it to me? Nothing pop. Oh yeah. A bottle of draconic tears. Mineral deposit formed by some kind of creature, rumored to be pearls that solidify from Dracon's tears. It is very popular among outworlders who love such legends. Dragons in the ancient sea, centuries long they may live. Tears shed dry into pearls, fat burns in lamps of old. About these draconic tears. What do I do with those? Dragon balls, yes, good. More than 7 of them, though. We have new books. You do! Books and music! Reasons to spend money. I will never read the books, but I might listen to the music. Always gotta check my shops. They update. I'm going back to the other guy. See if he has anything more to say now that we have exchanged our gifts again. But if not...
Don't worry, Mr. Svarog. We'll be safe here.
I swapped it for a jar of draconic tears. I didn't expect you to score expensive pharmaceuticals like that from just a small component. Feels like I can exchange this with someone I know. You know very well that one man's treasure is another man's trash. This is my final hint. I heard that there's a Shianso, Affectionado, came all the way from the IPC. He might be interested in your draconic tears. Do you have a better hint? It's valuable, but still not enough. I'll give you 1,000 credits. That's my best offer. There's another way that's more profitable, and I suspect you know what I mean. A fictionator who came all the way from the IPC. He might be interested in your dragon tears. I do not know where to start looking for that. And I'm not sure it's worth it. Mr. IPC Specialist, are draconic tears real? Howard, I have the best day for you. Soil that does not deplete, but self-replicates. Is there really such incredible tech about Shianso? Ah, our girl is back. Have you come to chat with me, or is there something else? You seem pretty interested in draconic tears. I really should correct this bad habit of talking to myself. I've grown infatuated recently with the mysteries of Shianso culture. I've been obsessed with thinking about them. In one of them, there are dragons in the lunar crest depths that can live for thousands of years, and their tears crystallize into pearls. It's enough to set the mind racing. But the Scale Gorge waterscape delves generally don't let outworlders like us go down, and to get draconic tears out on the market are all too processed, so they lack that legendary authenticity. Actually, I've got some tears right here. I've seen too many draconic tears on the market, so I hope you can show me something a little different. This is the first time I've seen draconic tears inside a glass jar like this. And this is exactly the kind of authentic draconic tears that I'm looking for. Thank you so much. Hey, you gotta play by the rules. What rules? The rules of barter. Ah, got it. Do unto others as you would have do unto you. I didn't bring anything valuable with me today, so here's something very small for you as thanks. Some gacha materials, among other things. And you are done talking. Good. Let's move on then. Don't know anything else I could be checking out. Messages! This person wrote me after... one day after we streamed last time. So I don't know if that's related to the main story. But let's start with Clara, as that's what I actually want to do today. And then we'll see how much time we have left. Clara, you have a way with titling your messages. There is a theme, and one of those is not like the others. I want to go to a picnic with everyone. Yay! Big sister, are you free lately? Cute emoticons. Clara, your emoticons are so cute. Thank you. Actually, the robot settlement has been met with some issues recently. Big sister, come have a look. Come have a look, please, if you have the time. Really? I'm coming. This emoticon is so funny. Thank you, big sister. I will be waiting for you at Mr. Svarog's. Really Affectionate, Part 1. Guess I'll check her other messages as well. But let's accept. Good day. Get I want play outside, please. Do I have a virus? No. Rah! Why is it sent to everyone? Gobble text too. What happened to you? I'm trying to mod my phone. If I succeed, little robot will be able to send messages to my phone all the way from the base. So I was trying to ask the little robot to try texting me. But it failed. You're amazing, Clara. Keep at it. You'll make it work eventually. Looks behind wall. Okay, I'll try again. Thank you, Big Sis Lee. Miss Lee, we're planning to go picnic this week. Lee, wanna come with us? Yep. By the way, I want to make a picnic checklist. Miss Lee, what do you think we need to bring? Mr. Svarog. I will invite Mr. Svarog along. Although I'm pretty sure he'll refuse. But I'll make sure Mr. Svarog joins us. Then we'll take a group photo. Looks behind wall. Leave the photo taking to me. Thanks, miss. He'll refuse, but I'll make him join us. Big Sis Lee, I received a strange parcel. What is it? A pair of shoes and a note. Oh no, shoes. It says, Clara Protection Society. I don't know what this is. Do you know them, big sister? I don't know them. You should throw it away. Sounds sus. Just throw it away. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, there's something written on the back of the paper. It says, Clara, you have been caring for everyone at the robot settlement, so we pooled together some funds and brought a pair of shoes for you. The reason being, you're always barefoot. It must be so cold for you. Crying. Crying. So keep it. Yay, I'm so happy. But I'm not used to wearing shoes. I keep twisting my ankle when I do. I'll just keep it for now. So actually the story behind Clara and her shoe or lack of shoes is a lot deeper than one may expect. She actually has one longer and one shorter foot or leg. And apparently she just can't walk if she's wearing shoes. I guess unless she would have shoes with different height soles or something. And that's also a reason why she stumbles a lot. It's interesting. An interesting reason to make this girl walk around bare feet everywhere we go. I did not
Mr. Swark?
navigate. I wonder if the actual explanation for what I just mentioned is somewhere in her information. There's a lot of information about characters, I notice. Anything about shoes? Luca. Luca is a character that has been added to the game recently. Or will be added to the game soon. I'm actually not sure. I think he's in the second half of this patch.
It's hard to get Mr. Svarog to act out a movie with me. He only wants to play trees or rocks. I wanted him to be the dad. Memories are important. Even Mr. Svarog's calculations need to take them into account. I won't forget about you.
Hobbies, not wearing shoes.
There are lots of interesting things stored in Mr. Svarog's memory bank. Like movies. It's like watching lots of people playing house together. My robot friends can be rude sometimes, but deep down, they're kind and honest.
It might be in the about section from someone else about her though. I don't know where to look. I just read it on the internet. Why are you fighting? Oh, Pokemon battle. Okay. Access Clara. Secretly admiring. Svarog, what will you do? Now there's two of them.
The thief has stolen parts again? How am I going to track down this crook?
Clara, what's wrong?
Oh, it's you.
It is me.
There have been a few unusual thefts in the dwelling over the past few days. The vagrants say that the parts they worked so hard to obtain have completely vanished. They're worried that there's a thief in the dwelling. Despite our investigations, no one has been able to track down the thief. What's even stranger is that the thief appears to be only interested in stealing parts and doesn't care about other valuable items. The vagrants had no choice but to ask Mr. Svarog to look into it, but he still hasn't found anything. I investigated the matter myself, but I came up empty-handed. Geez, I'm baffled. What a strange thief.
Why don't we go back to the crime scene and start from there?
Are you also here to look into this case? Perhaps if we work together, we can uncover some clues that I missed. Oh, I heard the vagrants on patrol last night ran across the thief again, but I haven't had time to look into it. Should we go ask them?
Genius detective girl, move out!
That sounds kind of weird. But actually, I think it's cool too. Now, let's get started.
Rarely affectionate. There's something on the ground. A letter to all of Furnace's core base. Okay, we can walk there. In fact, it's probably faster than teleporting. You missed.
Sir, how are you? I heard you saw the thief who stole the parts last night. Can you tell us what happened?
Ah! Who's there? Oh, Clara, it's you. I thought it was... You scared the living daylights out of me.
She is very scary, yes.
I did see the thief last night, but who is this person next to you?
I'm the brilliant sidekick of this genius detective.
This nickname is a bit embarrassing.
Detective? I see. You're here to help catch the thief, right? It's great that there are more people here to solve this case. Hold on, I'll explain what happened last night. Just let me gather my thoughts first. Okay, so last night I was on patrol when I bumped into the thief stealing the parts. Then I just...
Relax. Explain it slowly.
Goodness! Okay, I'll explain slowly. I was cold and hungry while on patrol last night, so I decided to return to the dwelling and heat up some leftover canned food for a snack. But when I entered the tent, the thief's silhouette scurried across my vision.
It was a rat.
I couldn't see the thief's face because the tent was so dark, but I could tell he wasn't a nice guy. Because when he turned to flee, he swung a knife right across my face. In that moment, I really thought I was going to die. I could feel the blades chill on my cheeks and smell its rusty scent. The weapon that fella had was definitely a metal one. That's the only thing I'm certain of.
What else would a blade be made of?
Also, I saw the outline of him in the dark. The fella's head was absolutely square! Yes, you heard me, square!
Was it a robot?
Can you believe that? Someone with a square head? It was truly terrifying!
I guess that could be a clue.
Oh, you're right. I see. I'll jot it down. Sir, please take a deep breath. So, the thief was armed with a metal weapon and had a, square head, correct?
Yes! That's correct!
I'm struggling to make sense of these clues. Do you have any thoughts?
We've cracked the case. The culprit has a square head.
Oh, you figured it out. But how are we going to track down someone with such an unusual appearance?
It must be Sampo. With a bag over his head.
Ah, yes, I remember something. While the culprit was hurrying to escape, he knocked something over. He may have left some clues or something.
That supports my theory that it's someone with a bag over their head, because he did not see where he was going and knocked things over.
This is a crucial clue. Let's go investigate the crime scene together.
I think he ran that way. No one has touched the crime scene, so any traces he left behind should still be there. Please, catch the thief for us.
I'll hit him square in the face. Or square in the square. Some abrupt scratches left on the mountain, which seem to be done by a metal weapon. The end of the scratch is point to a distant place.
Take a look at these marks. These are very suspicious. Could they have been left by the culprit? They point in that direction. Let's go take a look.
Few people would come to this place, but you can see some scratches on the ground, snaking the way forward.
And look at these. How unusual. They don't appear to have been left by a human.
Chances of it being a robot, very high.
The tracks stop here. I guess we'll have to look around for other clues. This is where the mechanical waste is disposed of, though. Could it be?
Be careful, we don't want to alert the culprit.
Oh, okay. I'll follow you. Let's split up. Wait, what's that noise? It's a tiny robot? Is it searching for something? But I don't remember Mr. Svarog issuing an order like this recently. It looks like it's carrying the vagrant's missing parts.
I wouldn't call that square, necessarily.
And those tracks and metal scratches we noticed earlier.
The thief doesn't appear to be a human.
It appears we're thinking the same thing. This small robot doesn't appear to be a Belobog creation. It looks like it's been welded together from random scrap metal materials. Oh, it appears to have a small mechanical arm.
Maybe it was wearing a bag, yes.
It's noticed us.
Human. Injured. No. Hurt. Please don't.
Clara, it's right, it's talking exactly like you wrote that one time. Clara, do you speak robot?
I don't understand what it's saying, but it doesn't appear to be trying to flee or attack us. It appears to be trying to say something. Human, please, don't hurt. Is it trying to say, please don't hurt me, humans?
No, it's saying, I am a human. Please don't hurt me.
Human. Parts. Rivet. Need. Repair. need town. Parts need hurt. Don't.
It appears to have a malfunction, but I think I can understand it. It seems that it needs these parts, and it's begging us not to hurt it.
And something in Rivet Town.
I've never seen a robot with this kind of malfunction before. What happened to it?
Don't be so impatient, Lee. We won't hurt this robot, but it must return the parts first.
Although the small robot appears to want to communicate, its speech is all scrambled. Perhaps there's an issue with its language module. This little guy probably can't understand what we're saying either.
Run. Escape. Open. Fire. Workshop. Chase. Don't.
It's running away! No, we can't let it escape. It still has the Vagrant's parts. What should we do? We gotta stop it. But please don't be too rough on it. I'll figure out a way to repair it later.
Well, time to beat it up.
Hurt. Pain. No. Hurt. Don't. Pain. Suffer. Sorry. Parts. Sorry.
I also am sorry for the parts.
This song's for you.
Okay, no different description for it.
Turn it up. It's time.
Oh yeah, we got an upgrade that Lee can always do that at the beginning of each fight. I forgot.
Look out!
Sorry. Hurt. Suffer. Pain. No. Pain. Sorry. Sorry. Pain. Hurt. Sorry. Suffer. Sorry. Sorry. Pain. Sorry. Ouch. Pain. Sorry.
Did it go too hard on you?
Sorry. Hurt. Pain. No. Pain. Sorry. Sorry. Pain. Sorry. Sorry. Suffer. Sorry. Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry. Pain. Suffer. Sorry.
it seems to have stopped working.
Sorry, I broke it. Pain. Suffer. I don't understand what just happened.
Was it begging for mercy? I'm not sure what happened either. I feel bad about this.
A little bit, yes.
I guess we should return this little fella and the parts. I think I can... I'll repair it.
You do that. You've killed it. You've murdered it, Clara. Maybe it had kids.
And if I can't, I'll ask Mr. Svarog for help. He always knows what to do.
Let's give it a hand.
Initiating assessment of the robot's condition. Please wait, Clara.
While Mr. Svarog is assessing this little fella, let's give it a quick checkup ourselves. This paint job and these custom parts, and the way the parts are attached, it's all quite strange. But one thing is for certain, this little fella is not under remote control. He's operating entirely of his own accord. its design is, well, unique. I've never seen a robot with a design like this before.
It's the exact same as all the other spiders.
It really seems like something that was thrown together rather quickly. Its creator most likely didn't consider whether the system would function properly or not. Is it a failed robot pet creation that has been abandoned? But if it's a pet, then why would it gather parts itself?
This place has a somewhat lax definition of pets. Also, didn't we have a robot randomly gathering parts in Genshin? That was also a giant crab. Yeah, we had that in Genshin. You said exactly what I was thinking.
I've heard that some vagrants in the dwelling keep the little robots they find as pets. Some vagrants also make modifications to their pets, which they call pet upgrades.
Better pets.
Pets like that are pretty rare, but some of the folks who have them have formed a small community to share ideas. Some are interested in nurturing robots. Others force them into battle.
Yay, Pokemon battles.
If my memory serves me right, the parts this little fella stole were originally designed for that kind of pet upgrade.
I've learned some unusual things.
This robot pet phenomenon really gets to me. I'm sorry. I just suddenly felt some strong emotions. Let's get back to work on repairing the small robot.
Can't let Peter hear about this. Oh no. Where are the robot rights?
This jack's placement is odd. The chip is buried deep inside. If you don't look closely enough, you won't even find it.
Assessment of the robot's condition is complete. The shell damage is estimated to be 98.2%.
Oh, I did go pretty rough on it.
The assessment concludes that a total recovery is impossible. It is recommended that the robot's external shell be removed and replaced, while keeping the outer circuitry and related transmission devices.
You can always rely on Mr. Svarog to come up with a brilliant idea. So, I guess we'll have to go find a new robot shell to fix it, right?
Where can we buy one?
I'm not sure if anyone sells this kind of thing. However, there must be some robot shells lying around the machine graveyard. Everyone calls it a graveyard, but there are actually lots of useful parts buried there. I'm gonna return the parts to the vagrants first. Then I'll check on the little fella. Can I trust you to find a shell in the machine graveyard, big sister?
I'm an expert at scavenging. Are they maybe in trash cans? I'm familiar with those.
Really? You could have what it takes to be a prospector. Then, I'll entrust this task to you, big sister. Look for Toby at the front entrance. His appearance is crude, but he's the robot most familiar with the machine graveyard. Just follow Toby.
Yay, Toby! We love Toby around here. Wait, no, you're Perkins. Sorry, you look like Toby, so I mistook you for Toby. We love Perkins around here. Toby!
Hello, guests of Miss Clara. Please do as you wish. It's my honor to serve you.
Maybe we don't like Toby. Clara described you as primitive.
Allow me to share a fun fact. Toby is not a primitive robot.
I feel an urge to push Toby off the cliff.
Miss Clara has assigned me the task of planning your sightseeing route in the machine graveyard. I will guide you down the path.
Sassy bot. Haughty bot. Lead the way, Toby.
Would you like to engage in super speed mode? If so, please confirm by spinning counterclockwise 10 times, then clockwise by 270 degrees.
I lost count. Sorry, Toby. Can we not get attacked, Toby? Toby, please. Move faster. Toby. Toby, no.
Can't stop.
Toby, there's a pig.
Let's settle this.
Toby, who invited the pig to this robot party?
This song's for you. Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Also, I did 8 spins, apparently. Too bad.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it. Keep up.
I have a bad feeling I won't be able to defeat the pig with this team in particular.
Hide.
Not a scratch.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Yeah, it's trying to escape. Probably not gonna happen.
Eternal sleep is not the end. The dead
Return!
Turn it up.
Especially because I can't break it anymore.
I need to be brave. Look out!
I'll see you off.
Goodbye.
The best is yet to come.
Really, we wanna give our little spider friend this kind of body? That feels like it might backfire.
We have arrived at our first destination. This model is known as the Dire Wolf, and was scrapped after it sustained piercing damage during a battle with another robot pet, which caused the chainsaw's fuel tank to burst.
Let's maybe take off the chainsaw.
Robot pet battles sound a little frightening. The inside of the armor is a total mess due to being melted by the heat. Unfortunately, it appears to be useless.
We are on our way to the second destination. Please take a seat, buckle up, and hold tight.
Can I sit on top of you? Instead of walking.
Caution! You have exceeded the speed limit. Please obey Bellabog traffic laws. On the road, safety is the top priority.
Why
Can't stop.
do you keep bringing me to robot-infested
settle
places?
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it. Pretty good crowd today. Keep up. Lance at the ready.
Annihilate.
Everyone's
This song's for
exploding.
you. The best is yet to come.
Which of these do you mean, Toby?
arrived at our second destination. This module is called the Beetle, which is the same as mine. This machine was scrapped because it accelerated erratically for 7.1 kilometers after it incorrectly interpreted a command, causing the engine to catch fire and the core module to melt down.
Ah yes, speed limits.
That is such an odd reason to be scrapped. However, the shell appears to be in good condition, so I'll bring it with me.
Your trip has concluded. Please keep an eye out for vehicles approaching from the back or sides, as well as enemies and automatons. Your trip has concluded. I appreciate you putting your trust in Toby. A 5-star review for this trip has been automatically generated for you. You're welcome.
Thanks, Toby. Robot shell, a metal casing removed from discarded robots. Maybe it can still be used. It's common for animals to mold, but have you seen robots mold? I don't want to see robots mold. Perkins. Beep boop, Clara's friend round. Light mode on. Hello, Lee. Welcome to the friendly robot settlement. All humans and machines must remain civil and friendly in this settlement. Fighting is strictly prohibited. Beep boop. I hope you have a good time. Clara's friend. We love Perkins around here. Melt, yes. Mold, maybe. Okay.
Clara, it's time for a break. You shouldn't repair machines when you have negative emotions. It's bad for your physical and mental health.
Don't worry, Mr. Svarog. I'm fine.
How angry are you, Clara?
Oh, you're back already. How did it go? Did Toby help you find a shell?
He did something. Here.
This shell. It doesn't appear to be the same design as this little fella's.
And you said this little fella is unique, so...
But it shouldn't matter. The structures of these small robots are nearly identical. Thank you for bringing this to me. I finished extracting that chip from the small robot. Now, all that's left to do is move all this circuitry into the new shell. Although its appearance has changed a lot, I think we did a good job. But what I just did... Is it any different from those pet upgrades that the vagrants perform?
Not compatible. Incompatible.
Oh no.
It's making a strange sound.
It's saying incompatible.
Incompatible.
What's going on? Is it malfunctioning?
Incompatible. Incompatible.
Risk level high. Clara, get away now.
Is it gonna explode?
Big sister, watch out! It's out of control!
How often will we have to fight?
Pretty good crowd today. Keep up!
It's time.
Look out!
You chose the wrong enemy.
Song's for you. Turn it up!
Eliminating threat.
I'll see you off.
Let's rock!
Terminate.
Phew. That was close. Fortunately, Mr. Svarog and Big Sister acted fast.
Svarog sure punched it a bit.
Why did the little fella... Was there a compatibility issue?
Troubleshooting. Assessment. The system on the chip and the new hardware are incompatible, causing the robot to behave erratically.
How did you figure that? Was it the fact that it said incompatible like 20 times?
The current issue has been resolved. Risk level low. Alert lifted.
It appears to have adjusted to its new shell after the battle. That's great,
Ah, it's like an OTB, just gotta hit it a bit.
but I'd like to keep a closer eye on it for a while. Compatibility tests should take a few days. Hopefully, it'll be all back to normal by then. I'm also curious about where this little fella came from. Could you please come back later, big sister? I need to look into something. I may require your assistance.
I'll be back.
Thank you, big sister. I'll text you when this little fella is fixed. Mr. Svarog, I'd like to give this little fella a name. Any ideas for a good name?
Toby.
Accessing name database. Search results. Abby, Abigail, Ada, Addison.
Svarog, stop.
I should come back to Clara later.
He will not stop. When we come back tomorrow, he will be like at D or something. Part 1 complete. Godfather obtained.
Looks like it hasn't gone back to normal yet. I should come back later.
I'm leaving. Wonder if it's gonna actually take a day. We will not be able to keep doing Clara things. Well, I guess we can check out someone else's message. Excuse me, is this the deceased Miss Liesnam? Without an understanding ear, words are merely expended breath. Mr. Cian, why do you think I'm dead? What the heck? My apologies, I meant the distinguished. This autocorrect is a little morbid. You are a hero of the Xian Soul. I worked hard to get your contact details. In fact, I have some private matter I'm hoping you can help with. I hope it won't be too much trouble. What's the pay? Sir, you should know that time is money. That I am well aware. I will prepare sufficient compensation. I usually tell stories on the stage before the Sleepless Earl. You can find me there to discuss this issue face to face. Tales of the Fantastic. Chapter 1. Right there.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Do you sell anything? Ming Ming. Just a cup of tea.
High Cloud Quintet is a fantastic story.
Oh, you! I remember you. Curved wood must be bent again to reach straightness. I'm finding truth from exaggerations and lies take snack. When the real is faked, fake is also real. And you need to toss a coin to hear my spiel. I'm Cian, a humble storyteller at the Sleepless Earl. You'd like to listen to a new novel-length tales? You might have to wait here for a while. Then again, though there is still time for the story session. If we were to sip some tea and listen to a few tunes, it wouldn't be a complete waste of time, would it? Great, I was just about to order some tea. Then you've come to the right place. The Sleepless Earl is the premier tea spot about the Xianzhou Lore Fu.
High Club Quintet is a
Don't let the
fantastic
innkeeper's
store.
young age fool you. Her research on how to simmer tea leaves is unrivaled. If you wouldn't mind my humble opinion, order a pot of Hunter Maofeng tea. Satisfaction guaranteed. Some guests are tea aficionados and often pontificate all kinds of expert tea lore at the Sleepless Earl. I'm not a smart man, but I have memorized some facts and can show them off. Would you be interested? I heard you're looking for me. Ah, would you look at this brain of mine? Lost in my storytelling world again. How could I just forget about that? Which reminds me, I have a favor to ask you. There's been a lot going on about the Xianzhou recently, with the ambrosial arbor's new growth and those disciples of Sanctus Medicus causing a ruckus. And all the news feeds report that you've played no small part, Lee, in keeping the peace. But there's no literature out there on the market right now. Really capitalizing on this, I'm just thinking, why not get ahead of the curve and make a bit of a killing at the box office, And so, I humbly invite you to tell me your heroic exploits. I'll definitely spin out a brilliant story if I could just get my hands on those first-hand accounts of yours. So, you want a recap of what happened? Wonderful, if you could be so kind. Mr. Xian takes out his phone and prepares to record your tales. In a world where memes and cringe collide, one trailblazer must rise to the challenge. It all starts with this cute girl known as Little Miss March, and then some old wise man called Grandpa Yang. You rattle off your journey so far aboard the Lore Fu in a deep dramatic voice, adopting the style of the hit web drama 3-minute butterfly immersion. What is going on? This might have actually given me enough time to read this out loud. This woman who calls herself Galactic Baseballer was locked in a heated battle against the Master Primus of the Disciples of Sanctus Medicus, and for the Xianzhou, this was a battle for life and death. Evildoers, meet thy maker.
Nothing major. Stay back, Clara. Receive divinity. Don't get complacent.
Lee, you certainly have a picturesque way with words.
Eternal sleep is not the end.
Just all the ultimates, I guess.
The dead return!
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
This song's for you. Turn it up.
Nobody's weak to fire.
Hide. Nothing major. I'll see you off.
I forgot what this lady does. Nothing good, I'm assuming.
Pretty good crowd today. Keep up.
I need to be brave.
Annihilate.
Oh yeah, the max health reduction. I remember.
Bloom.
Nice teamwork.
Turn it up! Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it!
Target
Lance
threat
ablaze.
index lowered.
Lance, forward!
But as long as she doesn't summon more friends, I guess this is gonna be fine.
I want to protect everyone too. Mr. Spark!
Receive divinity.
Ready to jam.
Eternal sleep is the dead return! You chose the wrong enemy.
Keep up!
Right. Nothing changed that.
Annihilate.
I'll see you off.
Stay back, Clara.
Ready to jam. Turn it up!
You know, I kind
I'm
of
on
didn't
guard.
think we'd have any too hard battles today. But maybe I should have a actual damage dealing focused character on the team.
That's it.
Nothing changed, Clara.
Just thinking.
I want to protect everyone too. Mr. Spark!
Eternal sleep is not the end. The dead return!
I mean, Miss 1 HP here is damage dealing focused, but she's not quite at the necessary level yet.
I'm not afraid of you.
You finally finished telling your stories, and Mr. Xian looks pretty pleased too. This old fox has apparently played a winning hand. He isn't even a fox. Good game. I mean, good story. You're done there with the story, right? Don't look at me like that. I've been listening attentively the whole time, and also my phone has a recording function. Your story, however, has some issues. Even though the plot is not that boring, it's written in a way that is overstretched, underwhelming, and predictable. I can see where it's going from a mile away. But that's how it happened. It's a true story. Let me tell you the truth, hard as it is to hear. Who cares about the truth? If you want the truth, just go and watch the news instead. And hearing you talk about combat, how should I put it? It's really stale. You hit me, then I hit you. It's a bit monotonous. But people died! You know about the immersion genre we have here on the Shienso, right? Or perhaps it should be called an interactive fantasy experience, despite what IPC thinks. Well, those fights are exhilarating. Leaping onto roofs and over walls, splitting open time and space. Anything goes. Overall, I think this story is lacking a few exciting elements that we need to draw in the audience. But its commercial potential is unlimited. What should I do? Please, hold on a second. I'm just fetching something for you. This thing is what we in the industry call a protagonist model. Legend has it that some immersion troupe has invented this magical tool for industrial scale screenwriting. And even though Akivili takes on thousands of different forms within thousands of different nameless, you may have heard that actually there's only a dozen or so archetypical protagonists recycled through these classic legends and tales. This shows that there are rules to follow when telling an alluring story, and that's how this thing rose to meet the occasion. Take a gander. All you have to do is set up a diverse range of encounters, draw protagonists along the hero's journey, and let the protagonist gain various mystical abilities and treasures. Before magnificently defeating a powerful foe, that's how you make a wonderful story. My explanation alone can't do it justice. You'd better take a look yourself. In short, the protagonist model is like a simple magical wand. So long as you follow its patterns, you can easily craft pulse-racing, heart-pumping stories for your audience. How about this? You and I hit the side of your former battles, the Alchemy Commission. Revisiting old haunts will definitely get the creative juices flowing. Let's flesh out this protagonist model. Fine, I'll humor you, since I'm such a nice and helpful protagonist. I knew you were kind-hearted. Alright, let's push on then, to the Alchemy Commission. We are pushing. Just in case you're putting me in another fight.
Take caution.
If I was not mistaken, the decisive battle in your adventure began right over here at the Evermist Mansion. Correct? Why are we going straight to the decisive battle? Ah, you don't understand. You see, the audience's time is precious, and their patience ever thinning. People want it all open. All to be over in a minute. Whole show. Slow-paced storytelling is a big no-no. Even we storytellers have to take our cues from the audience. Get them warmed up with an icebreaker, then, with a snap, we'll cut straight to the most exciting part. You said that this was where you and your companions fought against the Master Primus of the Sanctus Medicus. Was there any conflict that you encountered here? Or perhaps did she stoop to any dastardly tricks to really put you in between a rock and a hard place? I just walked up and started fighting. How is that possible? How can a great battle be exciting without any swerves or setbacks? Please, give me a moment to sketch out a scene. Ah, here we go. Listen up. The Legion was in cahoots with the Master Primus of the Sanctus Medicus. Using their arcane powers, they activated elixir cauldrons to spew forth venomous vapors as they tried to take out Lee and the other munificent heroes in one fell swoop. For a moment, a mesmerizing miasma filled the air at the Alchemy Commission. Despite the vigor and strength of Lee, it was too much to deal with and simply overwhelming. The situation grew so grave that Lee and her companions concocted a genius plan. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, the realization suddenly dawned that this was still the Alchemy Commission, a paradise known for forging the elixir of life. The disciples of Sanctus Medicus have received their mandate from the Ruin Author. We, though, can strive for a miracle pill from the Alchemy Commission, turning over a new leaf to be born anew through generations of cultivated power. How did this turn into a story about forging a miracle pill? The arena is set inside the Alchemy Commission, right? It's foreshadowing with a payoff. Don't interrupt me, it's a good start. Next it will go. A fortuitous encounter. Lee studied the surroundings carefully, fixating on 3 elixir cauldrons on display at the Alchemy Commission. Lee suddenly remembered that a Vidyahara healer lady had once mentioned these 3 elixir cauldrons and how they contained essential extracts of everything in the universe condensed into elixirs of life. Once put together, these 3 divine ingredients can be concocted into the elixir of dragon oil, which can make you be born anew and achieve transcendence. Sounds fishy. Who on earth would take dodgy drugs like this? Listen, this isn't some half-baked cure-all quakery. All it does is help you ascend to the heavens, which is not that far-fetched plot-wise. I'm sorry for the ad-lib naming here. Anyway, what else am I going to call an elixir that magically imbues powers like this? Let's go over to that elixir cauldron over there and keep at it. I'm sure that will give us some quality inspiration. What is even going on? Thinking of this, Lee jumped right into the elixir cauldron. Stare at Mr. Sinyan in silence. What's wrong? Aren't you just jumping the shark here? It's just an outline for now. Don't think about it too much. We'll polish it later. The first draft is mainly about getting that flash of inspiration. Our hero enters the elixir cauldron. Did I just turn into a bird? This is not funny. Don't worry. It all makes sense. It doesn't. I guess I died. Lee leaped into the elixir cauldron, but suddenly felt as if the whole world were spinning. Our hero opened their eyes to find themselves to have turned into a cyclone. The book implies that this is a hidden containment mechanism in the elixir cauldron, designed by the first cauldron master of the Alchemy Commission. Anyone trying to take the elixir of life would first be transported to Fantasia to undergo the trial. How about we throw in some quantum mechanics stuff? It will make us sound smart. Mihojo, are you talking about yourself? Don't try to confuse me. You've interrupted my train of thought. The first Cauldron Master of the Alchemy Commission hoped that one day someone could break the containment mechanism, clear the trial, and take the Elixir of Dragon Oil right in the nick of time to save the Lawfu from certain doom. In a curious twist of fate, Lee was none other than the heroic one prophesied by this first Cauldron Master of the Alchemy Commission, some thousands of years ago. Remote Cycrane. After interacting with the roost, you can start remotely controlling the Cycrane. Cycranes can fly, allowing them to reach areas that are inaccessible to characters. Characters will remain at their original position while a Cycrane is being remotely controlled. While in control of a Cycrane, you have the option to either ascend or descend as desired. Cycranes can be used in different scenarios to accomplish various tasks. Bird things. Great. Lee concentrated all her chi to the core radix, thus breaking the containment mechanisms in the Fantasia. Mr. Cian, there's dog. Plural. Careful, don't get caught by monsters. You don't say. Take it easy, Icarus. As all the containment mechanisms were gradually lifted by Lee, the secret treasure of the first Cauldron Master was revealed. Got an Icefire Lotus, well done. Icefire Lotus. The miracle medicine Mr. Cian made up in the story. He claims these medicines have parallels in real life, but you are not silly enough to believe in that. What Lee beholds is a lotus blooming with ice crystals on flames. This is a medicine that has been extinct since the Theophany era, the Icefire Lotus. This item is left for 12 days. Is this... Did I actually start playing an event? Rather than just some random quest. Lee transformed into a cycrane, weaving and darting around the elixir cauldron to clear the trail left behind by the first cauldron master. What Lee beholds is a lotus blooming with... yes, I just read this. The Icefire Lotus is utterly indispensable when concocting the elixir of dragon oil. I won't even comment on how that name sounds, so... come on, let's go then, on to the next elixir cauldron. Just bear with me, okay? Seeing these places in person really got my creative juices flowing. Having plucked the Icefire Lotus, Lee seized an opportunity and leaps into another elixir cauldron. Somehow this skipped the enemies that were standing there, so I'll be fine with this. Oh come on, not this again. Little do you know, repetitive behaviors instills a sense of ritual in people. That's why important details have to be repeated a few times over and over. Oh, it is an event, you just checked it. Ah. Our hero enters the elixir cauldron. Lee returned to the Fantasia, hunting for the secret treasures left by the first cauldron master of the Alchemy Commission. But suddenly, an unsettling aroma aroused the senses. I knew there was an event going on. I didn't know it was related to this message I got. Were it an ordinary person, it would merely be discarded as a mistake of the senses. But what kind of hero is Lee? Treacherous danger was instantly detected. But I guess we are doing this event now. The book implies that this is an abundance beast sealed within the cauldron by the first cauldron master of the Alchemy Commission. Oh, how the mediocre covet such glorious treasures, yet die filled with hatred at the maw of the beast. Yeesh, that first cauldron master was ruthless. That's a trope for treasure hunting stories. The ancients always leave behind these secret treasures with fatal booby traps hidden within. Don't ask me why, but it's a screenwriter's convention. Lee couldn't help but sneer, asking, "Is there any danger across all the galaxy that can stop my might?" And with a beat of the wings, our hero took to the sky. So many dogs! When encountering enemies, the Cyclone will automatically return. But okay. I was allowed to keep the thing though, so it doesn't matter. No idea how it got me from that distance. Don't think I got that one. Lee took a closer look, and that just so happened to be something useful for distracting the beast. Is that now? Something useful, but oh. Somehow it is this lamp. Why do you care about this lamp so much, dog? As all the containment mechanisms were gradually lifted by Lee, the secret treasure of the first Cauldron Master was revealed. Got a life-death polypore. Miracle medicine Mr. Xian made up in the story. He claims these medicines have parallels in real life. What the warrior beholds is a mushroom that seems to waft in and out of existence. This is no mere mushroom. It sits in a state between existence and non-existent, constantly fluctuating between the real and the imaginary. It's called the life-death polypore. Oh hey, you did put some quantum things. Integrate some quantum. Finally, we're getting down to quantum mechanics. Right then, Lee and the life-death polypore, lacking only one final medicinal herb for the elixir of dragon oil, could be concocted. Why do I get the feeling you're just making up all these names as you go? Hey, no way. Actually, I have a little notebook where I record all kinds of obscure things in. I can show you if you want. So these medicinal herbs, they really do all exist? The names of these medicinal herbs are indeed constructions of my imagination. I mean, not all of them are completely made up. Enough gossip and bluster. Let's get to the next cauldron and start cooking up that next story, hmm? Oh, you're still here. Let's just quickly actually check the event. Considering it exists. Tales of the Fantastic. Oh yeah, okay. The crisis of the Lawfu has subsided, and stories of the feats of the Nameless can be heard on every street corner of the Lawfu. The storyteller Mr. Xian of Starskiff Haven seems to be interested in your adventures and wants to retell it in story form. Seems we are indeed doing this. And there is gonna be stuff to do eventually. How about it then? Ready to start plotting out the next part of your story? We pluck the life-death polypore. Lee goes all or nothing, leaping into another elixir cauldron. Our hero enters the elixir cauldron. Back in the Fantasia once more, and without a trace of fear or trepidation, Lee felt like an old hand. Lee calmed right down to sense the feelings left behind in the Fantasia, and those feelings were warm, gentle, and liberating. There was never any doubt that this was the soul-cleansing grace from the first Cauldron Master of the Alchemy Commission. I don't think this Cauldron Master is graceful at all. Don't say that! First Cauldron Master was thinking ahead about any misuse that might harm the Xian soul. You see? Or is that a bit far-fetched? No problem. Don't even worry about it. This is just a first script. First script I tell you. We'll just fix it in post. Lee knew. His warm sensation meant that the most dangerous part of the trial had already passed. What now greeted Lee was the first Helm Master's blessing. Take off, Lee. Welcome to this, your final trial. Lee was determined to put his knowledge to use and find the Cauldron Master's secret treasure. I guess I could have distracted those two. But decided not to. Descend faster, bird. A whirlbolt. Pneumatophore. There is no wind, yet the aerial roots wave in the wind. The air is cleaved apart, and lightning sparks following the curvature of their movements. That is the most precious medicine in all the Alchemy Commission. The whirlbolt pneumatophore. A weird worm, I guess. Or a branch. Lee completed yet another trial, only to find herself trapped in a vast white fog. Once cleared, Lee saw a huge tree with floating roots. Despite no obvious breeze, the floating roots swayed in the air, cleaving the very air in twain with flashes of lightning paired to each swing. Okay, it's roots. This then was the most precious medicinal herb hidden in the Alchemy Commission. That doesn't sound like something a cycrane should touch. No, that's not actually a cycrane. The result of your true, pure, unfettered soul projected into the first Cauldron Master's Fantasia. You can't really think of it in terms of a normal cycrane. You're just making it all up as you go, aren't you? Isn't that how we storytellers earn our crust, day in and day out? Competition in entertaining circles is so fierce these days. How are we storytellers supposed to compete with all the razzle-dazzle and hype of something like Immersia? There's only one answer: manufactured outrage. I can say all the stuff they can't do in Immersia, and I can say what they don't dare say in Immersia. Anyway, there's no tax on bragging, and words have a habit of disappearing like the wind. Ahem, back to the topic at hand. Previously, our hero Lee acquired all 3 medicinal herbs required to concoct the elixir of dragon oil. All that remained was to cast the ingredients into elixir crucible, and this miracle elixir would be hers. Please don't attack me, please don't. Well, can't always get away.
Receive divinity. Repay. Stay back, Clara.
But as long as it's only 1 man and 2 dogs, I'm not that worried.
I hope I helped.
Aureate Elixir Furnace. Have all of those. Leah placed the 3 medicinal herbs into the crucible one by one. First came the Icefire Lotus. Its fiery heat and blasting cold blended together, bursting out infinite natural force. Next came the Life-Death Polypore. Its quantum impermanence stabilizes the paradox inherent in the Lotus. Finally, Lee tossed the Whirlbolt Pneumatophore into the crucible. A flash of thunder and lightning out of the blue, an entire thunderstorm formed inside 1 square inch of the crucible. Lee plucked up the courage to reach a hand into the storm. After a while, Lee's hand pulled out a sparkling medicinal pellet. That, my friend, is what leads a mortal onto the path of immortality. Uh-oh. No. I shouldn't have used that word on the Shienso. Anyway, it's basically a miracle drug that makes you be born anew and achieve transcendence. Behold, the elixir of dragon oil. Lee swallowed the miracle elixir and instantly felt as light as a feather, but as strong as an ox. Our hero could leap 30,000 miles in a second, or lift up 10,000 tons. Lee knew now was the time to settle the score with those pathetic, detestable disciples of Sanctus Medicus, wreaking havoc on the Chianso. The way you tell it makes it sound like I'm a disciple of Sanctus Medicus. Are we the baddies? Listen to yourself. Power in and of itself knows no good or bad. Only people do. Is a kitchen knife evil when it is in the hands of a chef, or when it's in the hands of a murderer? Less idle chit-chat, please, ladies and gentlemen. Esteemed guests, lend me your ears. Next up, we have the main feature. Calamity and Snare's Commission of Alchemy. Nameless battles offer of plagues. Ah, if you put it like that, then this act will be complete. What happened to the fight against the plague's author demon? Ah, you don't understand. The most difficult thing for us screenwriters is the protagonist's development. Once the protagonist's character is settled, it's gonna be easy to just write in as many battles as you want. Look, this isn't exactly the best writing place for us. Come back to the Starskip Haven with me, and after I process all of today's inspiration, we can chat more about combat details. Ah, it's a combat event.
Fantastic story.
Thank you for helping me sort out my thoughts and get some inspiration. I'll start right away. Mr. Cian took out his notebook and began scribbling at a furious pace. Shortly after, he handed over the manuscript to you, filled with satisfaction. Already written the part about Nameless Battles Author of Plagues. That's right, our protagonist on this quest, that is, you, has experienced all these adventures and taken this elixir of life. I have to add a few strokes to this protagonist model so that it's not forgotten next time. Speaking of which, I was left with tons of inspiration rattling around in my head after today's trip. I'd like to use some of your side adventures on the Shienzo as material to write some side stories. It will help flesh out your protagonist model, so I'll write out some of your challenging adventures. Why don't you listen and tell me what you think? Tales of the Fantastic. During the event, complete hero journeys with Mr. Cian to unleash the full potential of the protagonist model. There are different slots in the protagonist model. The plot armor that can be selected for each slot is different. Slots and plot armors will gradually be unlocked as you progress through a hero's journey. Using these abilities can earn you points and rewards in the Legends Past and Present, and will also gradually unlock Legend of the Trailblazer sections. Protagonist model can continue to be used after switching to Legends Past and Present. Add to Mr. Cian to start Legends Past and Present for the first time. Protagonist models obtained during a hero's journey can be used in other stories. Click the button to use the protagonist model. Select and equip your plot armors. Star Shattering Blade of Truth increases all skills damage dealt by 100%. Star Shattering Blade of Truth 2 increases all follow-up attacks damage dealt by 100%. So this makes Celia stronger, but this makes Clara stronger. I can't have both. But also, both of the trial characters here are for follow-up attacks, so let's do that, I guess. Select and equip your plot armor. Still, Bona Aqua, half sweetened with coconut jelly. After an ally uses the ultimate, their next action is advanced forward by 20%. Fully sweetened with tapioca. Every time a skill point is consumed, heals all allies for 8% of their max HP. Sure. Scene 1. The chase is on. Enemies will keep spawning for 4 turns. Defeat as many of them as possible. After defeating an enemy target, damage dealt is increased by 25% for 1 turn. This effect can be stacked 2 times. After defeating a trotter, immediately recover 4 skill points. Additionally, all points received by all allies increased by 100% for 1 turn. Uh-huh. I see. Here we go. Herta. Clara. I don't want anyone defensive. I mean, you also have follow-up attacks. Let's see how this goes. Relentless adversaries. This mechanic has a turn limit. Before the turns run out, enemies will continue to appear. Defeating more enemies will earn you higher scores and greater rewards. The remaining turns will be displayed as a countdown on the action order shown on the left. Dealing damage to any enemy targets before a turn ends will earn you points. Defeating a trotter during battle will award even higher points.
You won't get away. Time to twirl! I have something for you.
Which world?
Do you know who I am?
This big diamond! It's all yours! You won't get away. Time to twirl! You won't get away.
Gotta love lots of follow-up attacks.
Perhaps you still don't understand. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Time to twirl! Told you I could fight. Cute!
I'm not afraid of you.
Hide.
Time to twirl!
I want to protect everyone too.
Help me, Mr. Storm!
Mission command.
You can't run!
It's trying to run.
Gotta try hard sometime. Watch this awesome move! You won't get away. Time to twirl!
Do you know who I am?
This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl! Time to twirl!
I have something for you.
Apparently the time to twirl. Don't know if you noticed yet.
My turn! Here! Try that again!
Mission command.
Time to twirl!
I need to be brave.
Annihilate.
You won't get away. Time to twirl! What are you looking at?
Perhaps you still don't understand. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Time to twirl!
I feel like I'm at the slaughterhouse with as many pigs as I'm taking care of.
Diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl! You can't run! Tough luck running into me!
You hurt? Can't run.
You won't get away. Time to twirl!
Do you know who I am?
This big diamond! It's all yours!
You know who I am. This big diamond.
Hide.
Time for
I
an
want to
overhaul.
protect everyone too.
Help me, Mr. Storm! have something for you. Perhaps you still don't have... Humanity never conceals its desire
This
to
one
control the
pig sure
heavens,
was
but
stolen.
I'm no exception.
This pig diamond.
Annihilate.
You won't get away.
Time to twirl!
More pig.
Gotta try hard sometime. Watch this awesome move! What are you looking at?
Time for an overhaul.
Tough luck running into me! Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl! Cute!
Oh. The end. After combat, click on the rewards list to claim rewards. After attaining a certain score in combat, unlock sections from Legend of the Trailblazer. The character used each time will become the main character of the story. If all passages are acquired, you will receive limited rewards that can be viewed in the mission item panel on your inventory. See. I did do halfway decent, I guess. I did do the ones that give the most important rewards. The next one would still be nice to have. How many points did I got pretty close to 40,000. The time to write Act 2. You see, you can't take care of much when you're busy. I almost forgot when we agreed to meet. I've been keeping myself busy coming up with the rest of the plot, but we may have a problem to which I haven't been able to find an answer yet. Based on your original story, the taking out the disciples of Sanctus Medicus, you almost immediately fought your decisive battle against the Lord Revenger Fantilia. Don't you think that's pushing the story along too fast? Didn't you say that things can't be too fast in writing? If that's all I had, why, I'd finish telling this story in a single session. I wouldn't get the chance to set up one of my cliffhangers, goading everyone into buying tickets for tomorrow. Stay tuned for next time with Mr. Cian. And I tell you what, the protagonist model isn't perfect enough if we do the plot this way, so I've come up with an idea. I'm not sure what you think, so I'd like to run it by you. Nameless, you're not the only one, right? Those other heroes have also thrown themselves into this adventure. Is it possible to perhaps fudge things a little so that you will be the one doing those deeds? Wouldn't that make me a fraud? Yeah, but, I mean, no? What I mean is, could some of the nameless heroic deeds be pulled together and attributed to a single archetypical character? Creating archetypes like this makes it easier for our audience to become emotionally involved about it. So then, are there any companions whose exploits are suitable for us to add to our story? There's this other companion who also came to the Shianso. You fill in the Mr. Cian about Dan Hang chasing you all the way, and the adventures he has encountered at Scale Gorge Waterscape. This High Elder story of yours is interesting, but a little tricky to pull off. It branches off in all directions, with some red herrings. It's very different from the masterpieces I've personally written about the High Cloud Quintet. Therefore, a drastic adaptation is required. We'll cut off everything apart from the beginning and the end. Maybe we can fix this story after all. I've got a rough idea. Let's go to Scale Gorge Waterscape then. Perhaps we'll be able to find our inspiration beneath the statue of the High Elder. This guy's a bit of a pain. Not gonna lie. Drink it in! Just looking at this magnificent statue of the High Elder causes inspiration to flood my brain like a waterfall. I think they call that going soft in the head. I wasn't being literal. I mean torrents of storytelling swirling into a waterfall of literature. It said that Lee's power surged after taking the elixir of dragon oil, but alas, Lord Revenger was still an emanator of the ruin author. How could a mere mortal hope to contend? It was then that Lee realized that Vidyadhara were descendants of dragons, whose high elders naturally possessed aeonic powers. If those powers could be borrowed, transcendence shall be achieved. Wait a minute, didn't you say taking the elixir would be enough already? Hey, ever heard of Hyperbowl? I studied at the Royal Academy under Yao Qing, and I'm a professional playwright by trade. My writing has structure, and I would never be sloppy. Ahem! With the miracle elixir flowing internally, and the High Elder's power protecting externally, a mere emanator, or even the ruin author themselves, would prove no match for Lee. More so-called Hyperbowl! Forget about the details. I told you, this is just the first draft, and we'll revise it later. Just focus on the main plot. Back to the topic at hand, please. The scene should begin with you searching for clues around the statue of the High Elder. Dropping adventure into every scene of the plot will definitely help us flesh out this protagonist model. I reckon this'll take the better half of a day, just like last time, so why don't you go off and get ready, fortify that stomach of yours, or go to the bathroom first. Come find me when you're ready. I'm ready. How's it going? Let's begin. Dog, among other things. Luminescent Depths is the Vidyadhara's sacred site. To suppress the ambrosial arbor, the Vidyadhara sealed the arbor's roots in this delve millennia ago. Pay your respect to the statue of the High Elder. Did you break into Scale Gorge Waterscape to try and beg me for the power of the High Elder? You're joking! Is this some kind of outworlder joke? Who's speaking? Up here. I'm right in front of you. Don't turn a blind eye to me. Are you a statue? I am the statue of Yubie, the High Elder. Steeped in the essence of moonlight, I have taken consciousness. Yubie, questionable. You are an outworlder who doesn't even know who I am. Yet you dare come here to claim the power of the High Elder so rashly. You'll never get your hands on it. Can't you bend the rules this time? Please? This was something that could just be bent, and the Vidyadhara wouldn't find yourselves in our current predicament. But then again, I'm nothing more than a statue. I can hardly lecture you. What about I set a trial for you? Pass it, and you'll gain my recognition. I'll then grant you whatever your wish is. My wish is for 3 more wishes! And not some genie in a lamp. We can talk about this again once you complete the trial. Centuries ago, Dunfang, the High Elder, got led astray in life, triggering the sedition of Imbibida Lunae, and leaving countless mirage echoes filled with hatred throughout Scale Gorge Waterscape. Few of them still cling to vicious hatred, causing all kinds of ruckus that's really starting to get to people. Please get rid of these ill-will mirage echoes. That's the trial that I have for you. Beat up some dogs for me. You're actually sending me down back here again. Where's my echo? Echo, echo, echo. Is it just a mirage? Mirage, mirage. I hate it. I've worked for the Realm Keeping Commission for 500 years, and I'll soon qualify to buy a townhouse in the Drifter's Sanctum. What a pity! After this disaster, my reincarnated body has to keep working. This doesn't seem to be the one. Sense of existence. They always mock me for being nothing. How can I earn the respect of the preceptors? Why does my existence become visible every time a troublesome task presents itself? This doesn't seem to be the one. Document Dictionary article 3630. Office of Deep Sources Document Directory article 3632. The High Elder's Dream Divination. No, not this one. How have the Vidyahara not figured out an automatic file management system yet for their massive library? My little fox has run off. Back when I was just an egg, I dreamed there was a little fox playing around in the water with me. When I grew up, I found her out there in the world, just as she was about to die of old age. Just the thought of that made me burst into tears. I was supposed to be chosen as High Elder. That cursed Dunfang was he who stole my rightful power from them. How did things end up? The preceptors got the wrong person and plunged the Vidyahara into crisis. Haha, that was exactly what they deserved. Looks like this is it. Dogs!
Don't mess with me.
Eternal sleep is not the end.
The dead return!
I'll free you from your chain. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
I should focus on the other dogs first, but this one's dead now anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter anymore.
I'll end your misery.
Because these are the ones that summon.
It's time.
Target
Lance
threat index
ablaze.
lowered.
Lance forward!
Lee, actually surprisingly good at dealing with this.
So you are afraid
Because
of
they're
me.
weak to fire, which I did not think about last time.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Please keep attacking Clara.
I'm on guard.
Target threat index lowered. Hide.
Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery.
I'll see you off.
That should be it, right? Time to go back and report into that statue. He successfully completed the trial and returned to the statue of the High Elder. Report back to the High Elder. Questionable. The grievances hanging over Scale Gorge Waterscape have cleared a little. I think you have indeed completed the trial. You really do live up to the moniker of the Nameless. Now that you have completed the first trial, now it's time for the second trial. Just exactly how many trials are there now? Don't worry, this will be your final trial. Before his imprisonment, Dan Feng buried all of his treasure deep within Scale Gorge Waterscape. They say that before he set out, he spoke these words. Rules are made to be broken. What's that about? Anyway, the second trial is to find the treasure, return it to its original owner, and reset the wheels of fate. Yay, I found it. Rules are meant to be broken. He fought a gorilla here, I think. When Lee arrived at this place, she immediately smelled the presence of Long in the air and thought, this must be where the secret treasure of the High Elder lies. Really? Is my sense of smell that good? Let me see if there's any place to hide a treasure. Right in this... Nope. Right in this. Nope. Right in this. Yes. Fine, fine. Don't break it. Stop. Please stop. Hey, don't interrupt. I'm trailblazing here. You call that trailblazing? You're trail destroying. I made an error in judgment. This old dragon palace cannot withstand this kind of abuse. Let me just acknowledge your heartfelt devotion, destructive power. And now, let's just skip this part of the trial. Come back to the statue of the High Elder and find me. We can go straight to the next step. Lee successfully completed a trial, questionable, and returned to the statue of the High Elder. Questionable. So I was right about you. Being able to complete these trials proves you're a trustworthy person. Well said, you sure have good taste, I'll give you that. Truth always comes in threes. You may have passed the first two trials, but now comes the final and most important test. And please don't tell me that I'm not trusting. You said there were only two. Was this third trial is the answer which you seek? Power of the High Elder. We Vidyadhara naturally reincarnate in cyclical continuity. As the previous High Elder has abdicated and undergone hatching rebirth, a new High Elder will be reborn once more. You want to find this Vidyadhara egg and deliver the rebirth of the new High Elder. From then on, this new High Elder will be your help and support you in overcoming any hardships you may encounter. Go, Nameless! The help you seek is at hand. We found the soon-to-be-born impending High Elder thanks to the statue's guidance. Questionable. So many eggs. But they are not the correct eggs. Lee found the luminescent Vidyadhara egg. And indeed, there was a creature about to break free from incubation, and so Lee carefully delivered the new High Elder into re-existence. You're about to begin delivery of the next High Elder. The climax of this story is about to start. Why? Why is this the climax of the story? At least it's easy. Call that delivering a newborn? Isn't that the screen for fixing stuff? I'm just using a typical Shienso literary device. Nothing special about it, okay? All these choices. Remind me again, why does the delivery also involve Abacus circuitry? I admit, it's a bit far-fetched, but I couldn't think of any other way to express things. Ah, forget it. That's our first draft for now. As for the exact details, I'll leave that up to future Mr. Cian to worry about. All in all, with the help of Lee, the newborn High Elder of the Vidyadhara successfully hatched from their egg and was thus reborn. Born wearing clothes! What's so weird about that? There's another Shienso classic tale that tells of a rich boy born with a silver spoon, or rather, jade abacus, in his mouth. The newborn could make divinations 500 years back and into the future. The newborn High Elder stared blankly at Lee. At this moment, Lee should bear the sacred responsibility of scripting a name for this newborn High Elder. Dragons derive power from their names. Why do I have to name it? Because you're the protagonist of the story. Lee named the new High Elder as... High Elder Mark 2000. What a great Mark 2000 model. Just as its name suggests, it's an upgrade. A splendid name. As fate would dictate, High Elder Mark 2000, the new leader of the Vidyadhara, has been reborn. Just as the two were immersed in the joys of life reborn, crisis loomed imminent. A horde of disciples of Sanctus Medicus had found this location. The freshly reborn High Elder and that outworlder who took on so many of our brothers and sisters. So this is where you are. Quick, take advantage of their weak position to rid them once and for all. Go! Fear not, Lee! Let me chant. I cloud him to protect you. These schmucks are nothing to worry about. Faced with the advancing enemy, Lee concentrated all her chi to her core radix, and she shouted, "What kind of hack block is this?" Sure, okay, fine, the plot is bad, but the plot is progressing along nicely, isn't it? But the High Elder gave a clear shout as the battle began. More dog! This time. Let's get rid of the correct one first.
Illusions of the past.
So that there will not be more dog. There has been more dog. I could not stop it from being more dog.
Eternal sleep is the dead
Return!
Target threat
Lance
index
ablaze!
lowered.
Lance forward!
Annihilate.
Not a scratch.
Mission command. Mission command.
Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery.
Are you alright? Stay back, Clara. Stay back, Clara.
So all dogs have died. The end. After this battle, Lee and High Elder Mark 2000 forged an alliance in blood between which none could ever hope to drive a wedge. Be patient, everyone. The next act, dear listeners, is our long-awaited Martial arts fight scene. Traveler treasures heart of science. Dragon Lord commands wrath of seas. Ah, if you put it like that, then this act will be complete too. Where did the long-awaited martial arts scene end up going? Didn't I mention? Martial arts scenes are the easiest of all to write. Just a couple of strokes on your protagonist's model is all it takes. Xing let out a long, satisfied sigh, which seemed to be a habitual pattern for Xin Yang's writing process, and handed the protagonist's model over to you. This scene is complete. Take some time to have a look at it, and feel free to share any feedback with me. What follows should be the climax and the end of your story, so I need to think carefully about how it's written. It's already getting late, and we've both put in a lot of effort. I will head back to Starskiff Haven. Let's keep in touch if any inspiration strikes. So long.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Right to now. Same place as ever.
Storytelling is such an outdated art form.
Any new stories? Miss Lee, hello. Can't let go of my spellbinding story, can you? Who can resist being the protagonist of their own epic adventure? Aha, the protagonist model is so incredibly useful that I've ended up writing a few more stories. I wonder what you think of them. Oh my, we get to use Blade. The character's HP changes during their own turn. Damage dealt by this character is increased by 120% for one turn. Defeating a trotter, all allies regenerate 100% of their respective magic's energy. Additionally, all points received by all allies increase by 100% for one turn. Both of these characters like changing their HP. We want this, right? Damage dealt by allies is increased by 50%. However, at the end of the turn, 10% of their current HP will be consumed. Which means a change of HP. Elixir of Dragon Oil. At the end of every turn, restore HP. And a received healing increase their crit damage. Every 1 HP an ally had lost increased their damage by... Oh, this is a more difficult choice. One of those two. Let's go with crit damage. And crit rate, I guess. Why not? I'll actually take the trial archer because he's 2 levels higher. And probably better equipped. Clara also likes getting hit, so. And you like changing HP. Sounds fun to me. Frog! And not frog.
You impede me.
So, Bladey, friend. Let's talk about you, because I need to know what you do. Blades! Basic attack. Deals 90% of Blades attack as wind damage to target enemy. Voice of Swords is a blast, consumes HP equal to 10% of Blade's max HP and deals wind damage equal to the sum of 36% of his attack and 90% of his max HP to a single enemy. In addition, deals wind damage equal to the sum of 14% of Blade's attack and Blade's current HP is insufficient, his HP will be reduced to 1. Blade hits a weakness broken enemy after using Voice of Swords, he will restore HP equal to 5% of his max HP plus 100. His skill, Hellscape. Consumes HP equal to 30% of Blade's max HP to enter the Hellscape state. When Hellscape is active, his skill cannot be used. His damage dealt increases by 33%, his basic attack. Shard Sword is enhanced to Forest of Sword. So this is how you get the blast version. Blade's current HP is insufficient. Usual things. Death Sentence. Sets Blade's current HP to 50% of his max HP and deals wind damage to a single enemy equal to the sum of 36% of his attack, 90% of his max HP and 90% of the tally of Blade's HP loss in the current battle. At the same time, deals wind damage to adjacent targets equal to the sum of stuff. Talent. When Blade sustains damage or consumes his HP, he gains 1 stack of charge, stacking up to 5 times. Max of 1 charge stack can be gained every time he is attacked. When charge stack reaches maximum, immediately launch a follow-up attack on all enemies, dealing wind damage equal to lots of damage. At the same time, restores Blade HP by 25% of his max HP. Technique does not matter. So Blade, all about getting hurt and healing himself back up.
The fight is set.
Sure hurt himself there. Then he hurt the enemy.
That's better.
Unnecessary.
Annihilate. Stay back, Clara.
Nothing
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Right.
failed to set you.
Mission command.
That paradise may be unreachable for me. Savor it for me.
Eternal sleep is the dead return!
You impede me.
Nothing impedes you.
I want to protect everyone too.
Oh, that's a mistake. Doesn't matter.
Help me, Mr. Sora.
Eternal sleep is the dead return!
That paradise may be. Savor it for me.
Mission command.
Doesn't matter when I use my ultimate unwisely, because every time I kill the pig, I'll just get my ultimates back. Like so.
I want to protect everyone
So let's just
too.
use ultimates all the time. Every time.
Help me, Mr. Sora.
That paradise. Savor it for me.
Eternal sleep is the dead return!
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
I
This
feel
plan
much
falls
better.
apart when there is no pigs.
You impede me.
Pig!
Mission command. Hide.
I want to protect everyone too.
That paradise, savor it for me.
Eternal sleep.
The dead return!
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
I feel much
You
better.
impede me. Fail to set you.
Mission command. Mission command.
That'll take more than medicine. Nap time.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Right. Stay back, Claire.
You impede me. The fight is set. Fail to set you. That paradise may be unreachable for me. Savor it for me.
Receive divinity.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Eternal sleep is the
Dead return!
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
I feel much better.
Wonder if all the healing actually makes Blade worse though. For this. Or if all the buffs from changing HP
Mission command.
outweigh the fact that
I will
he
dispatch
keeps
you.
being at max HP.
Naughty child.
Target threat index lowered.
Annihilate.
Well, I didn't get 40,000 again. When are we going to be done with our storytelling? I was so busy with all this storytelling that I almost forgot. I've made preparations for this, just to wait and see. Our next scene, warrior quells Fantilia, hero earns regalia. I've already put this whole scene together, but I'm just waiting for your final confirmation. Let's go, straight to Scale Gorge Waterscape. I've prepared a little surprise for you. Define surprise. Explain to me like I'm 5. It would spoil everything if I just told you now. You'll see soon enough. Don't worry, everyone can vouch for my reliability. Catch you at Scale Gorge Waterscape. Did you bring back the boss?
Storytelling is such an out.
Please tell me you did not bring back the boss. High Elder Mark 2000. Lee, you've made it. Why don't you meet this surprise I've got waiting for you? Isn't this the character from before? Freaked you out, right? Don't be scared. This is Shiun, a famed actor from the Mellow Golden Mayor Immersion Club. Shh, don't mention my real name around here. You'll kill my flow and take me out of the zone. Call me by my role, which is it again? High Elder Mark 2000, that's right. Call me High Elder Mark 2000. Alright then, High Elder Mark 2000. You are empathetically correct, Lee. The Mellow Golden Mayor Immersion Club picked up our story and is interested in potentially buying the adaptation rights. So let's show High Elder Mark 2000 a very welcome, okay? Look, he's made up exactly like I imagined High Elder Mark 2000 would be. Is this a child actor? Child actor? Haha. I may have been fresh meat when I first debuted, But that was over 500 years ago. I am an old hand now. Okay, enough gossip for now. Thean, tell me more of your storytelling. Let's see if this role is worth my taking on. Okay, Lee has been born anew after swallowing the miracle elixir and has teamed up with the High Elder of the Vidyadhara. Right now, our hero is the talk of the town, unmatched in power and might. This was the time when Xianzhou Lawfu fell into crisis, with the Lord Revenger Fantilia leading the forces of the Ruin Author on a rampage as they vowed to destroy the Lawfu. Lee, with weapon in hand, stood before Fantilia, bellowing out, "Beast! Right here, right now! This will be our final resting place." High Elder Mark 2000 secretly activated the Cloud Hymn to protect Lee. A battle could break out at any moment. The fate of the Xianzhou Lawfu rested on the outcome of this fight. Fantilia, it's time to settle the score once and for all.
Receive divinity.
Thanks. Great.
I remember her being bigger.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sora.
I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
I'll see you off.
I need to be brave.
Hide.
And tangle.
Nice teamwork.
Repay.
Lance at the ready.
Annihilate. Stay back, Clara.
What a headache.
I'm on guard.
I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
It's the mobile version. Yeah. Pocket version. The boss you can take along. Rest in pieces, Lee.
Hide.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Don't mess with me.
Receive divinity. Eternal sleep. The dead return.
To my heart's content.
Eliminating threat.
Punish me.
Nothing major. You chose the wrong enemy.
I need to be brave.
Annihilate.
Who's next? I'll free you from your chains.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
So Lord Revenger met its demise. The curtain fell on this final scene in the story. I don't think Fantilia really looks like that. Oh really? I've never had the chance to personally see Fantilia, and I hope I never do. Since you've seen Fantilia before, could you tell me a bit more about what it looks like? There seem to be plants growing on its back. I think I got it. And the other features. It's humongous. Monstrously huge. Monstrously huge. I sure can imagine. It looks incredibly ferocious. Oh, you put it like that. I think I've got it. Okay, this is definitely getting updated when we do our revisions. I don't care much for what Fantilia looks like. My only question is that it? There's still a coda, an epilogue that comes afterwards. I haven't figured out exactly how it goes, but the main plot indeed reaches its conclusion here. Feels like this story is lacking for scintillating adventure. As an old theater hound, I've got a few pointers I'd like if you'd like to hear. If you could please enlighten us. Finally, Lee's character development needs to be more compelling. She shouldn't be dying in the middle of the fight. Swallowing a medical pellet to get stronger may work in your world of storytelling, but it's long gone out of style in the immersive genre. Secondly, rolling straight into the decisive battle after finding the High Elder makes that character seem like a plot device. His role should be more fleshed out. Thirdly, give me some more screen time. I don't care in the slightest how your story gets told, but if it's getting adapted into an immersion, then you need to give me more screen time. That's what the Mellow Golden Mare Immersion Club wants to see and why they're interested in this acquisition. With an attitude like that, why don't you take my part and play the protagonist instead? Impossible! How could I, a seasoned thespian of esteemed virtue and skill, take a role away from a short-lived species such as yourself? Besides, casting me in a leading role will cost you extra. Please also try to understand what a difficult situation I am in here. I'm already 500 years old, but I've stopped growing, so child roles are all I can do. A few days back, an immersion troupe wanted to paint my whole body green and have me play the role of some wise old master who spoke backwards and tutoring a young protagonist in some mystical martial arts. That's gonna be so humiliating. I'd much rather play a young High Elder of Vidyadhara without having to wear any prosthetics or paint. Surely not a reference. My producer even said that whether I can revitalize my career all depends on your adaptation of this story into an immersion. Hey, don't be so demoralizing. I've just come up with some new ideas right now. Your feedback is well received, and it's easy enough to make adjustments accordingly. Lee asked High Elder Mark 2000. This Lord Ravager has the very powers of this world at its fingertips. How can we mortals hope to ever defeat it? Must be Star Trek, yes. The High Elder of the Vidyadhara sternly replied, our forces combined, we should be evenly matched against the Lord Ravager, but a divine weapon would guarantee victory. The book implies that High Elder Mark 2000 retains memories from previous reincarnations, including the secret of forging such an ancient ultimate weapon. This next scene is called Forging Weapon, Purging Demon. What do you think? Are you both ready? Let's work together to bring this story to a nice conclusion. I'm ready. Let's begin. At this moment, the brave Trailblazer is about to forge a divine weapon to help the Shianso Lawfu to defeat Lord Ravager Fantalia. Is Lee still dead? Fantalia seized the ambrosial arbor's power and created an invincible body. It's unkillable. Even I, as High Elder, remain powerless against it. Lee, if you really want to help purge this beast from the Shianso, we'll have to forge a divine weapon. The life-destroying, star-shattering Blade of Truth plus 12. What's up with the plus 12? Probably just to show off how powerful. I'll just follow Sinyan's script. His first drafts are usually pretty sloppy, it doesn't matter. To stand any hope of standing toe-to-toe against Fantalia, there's going to be 2 parts needed to forge the star-setting Blade of Truth, plus 12. One is a hilt forged from the wood of the ambrosial armor. The other is a blade forged from the embers, Rainbow's Lux Era, known as the Ignis Auralia. We are at Stargazer Navalia to search for materials to craft the sword hilt. Won't it be dangerous crafting a hilt from the ambrosial arbor's wood? It will be. Moreover, with the ambrosial arbor hijacked by Fantilia, we can't just go looking, even if we want to, but... You might not be aware that the seeds used by the Shienso to grow starskiffs are of the same origin as the arbor. Using such wood to make sword hilts won't be the same as using wood straight off the arbor, but it's more than enough to defeat one mere Lord Ravager. Now then, we need some starskiff growth boosters to stimulate these seeds and give us enough material to make a hilt. It's always been a starskiff nursery here. There should be plenty nearby. Let's take a look around and see if we can use what we've got at hand. Box. This should be the growth booster High Elder Mark 2000 was looking for. Let's take it back to him. Also, Lee is still dead. High-tech medicine used to nurture starskiff seeds and Mr. Sinyan's story. This thing may exist in reality, just not with the exaggerated effects. You might not be aware that the seeds used by the Shienso to grow starskiffs are of the same origin as the arbor. Using such wood to make sword hilts won't be the same as using wood straight off the arbor, but it's more than enough to defeat one Lord Ravager. Seriously? Who cares? Just say the lines. You find the growth booster. Let me taste it and see if it's any good. Hope it doesn't simulate any growth on your tongue. The top note has a faint whiff of alien perfume. This is of high quality. Next, we just need a suitable starskiff seed, and we'll be able to cultivate a good sword hilt. Next, it's time to choose a starskiff seed from which to cultivate some good materials. Oh yeah, these things. After injecting the growth booster, the High Elder sat in meditation, performed his cloud hymn. The seed grew explosively, sprouting wild tendrils in seconds like a thick tangle of roots. Huh, how did that happen? I guess that was the wrong seed. Broke the box, broke the seed. The seed grew explosively, sprouting rapidly into the hull of a ship. And the box grew with it, I guess. It grew straight into a starskiff. Our growth boosting experiment failed. No one can wield a starskiff in combat. How do I get over there? Oh. By following the path, apparently. The seed in the vessel gradually sprouts and countless twigs converge into one, as if an invisible hand was weaved into the shape of a hilt. Wonderful! Only a hilt made from the ambrosial arbor can hope to withstand the rainbow's residual power in this Ignis Aurelia that would not harm its wielder. Now, let's head over to the Alchemy Commission. My memories from the previous life are correct. The Ignis Aurelia, which can cast a divine weapon, is stored over there. This star-shattering Blade of Truth plus 12 is a divine artifact once wielded by Dan Feng during the sedition of Imbibita Lunae. It is said that a sword is mightier when hidden. He therefore hid the Ignis Aurelia away from potential thieves before he was imprisoned. Fortunately, I still retain memories from my previous lives. I can still dimly recall that Dan Feng has hidden a map somewhere deep in the Alchemy Commission that shows where the Ignis Aurelia is hidden. Perhaps we can find this, and the treasure will be practically revealed to us. Let me guess, it's treasure hunting time, isn't it? When did you become British, Lee? So what? Inter-Astral Peace Entertainment has shot over 60 films in the Alan Jones treasure hunting franchise. Treasure hunts are family-friendly fun. Alan Jones. Vaguely remember, the treasure map ought to be around here somewhere. Might it be right here? See? Here's the map showing where the Ignis Aurelia is. Why is it just on the ground? Just track down the location shown and you'll be moments away from creating the divine weapon. Wow. Mr. Cian's story, this is a treasure map recording the location of the Ignis Aurelia, but in your eyes this is just an Alchemy Commission map with a random circle drawn on it. Also, isn't it marking it right? Oh, it's back at the fog thingy, mist thingy. Poison thingy. Let's elevate. It's near the octagon, within an octagon, correct. Also that tree on a platform is floating. Certainly an aesthetic you have to. Hey, finally some healing. Does that mean there's a fight incoming? After all these twists and turns, Lee never thought things would end up right back at the start. That the almighty elixir furnace in the Alchemy Commission. The word Aureate pertains to the word gold. Dan Feng hiding his treasure here is like hiding a tree in a forest, so close and yet undiscovered for several hundred years. How do you like my little callback for this mini cliffhanger? There's no saving grace for your screenwriting skills. Please go easy on me and don't make Piyun laugh at me. No sooner said than done. Just as Lee and High Elder Mark 2000 were about to dive into the Elixir Cauldron and unearth the Ignis Aurelia, a group of figures blocked their way. It is time for a fight. Some good old treasure guarding villainy, huh? At the orders of Master Fantilia, I hereby vow to cut you all down. How cunning, realizing Lee and the others' unusual actions. Fantilia was planning on using the treasure as bait to lure the Nameless into its trap. The devil is delusional. Taste the might of the Lawfu Vidyahara. Come and get it, puny worms!
Great.
Ah, great.
I'll see you off. Eternal sleep is the dead return! Receive divinity.
Nice teamwork.
Annihilate.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Spark. I'm okay.
Well, I was about to say I'm glad I healed Lee, because she barely survived, and then she didn't barely survive.
Don't mess with me.
Hide.
Nothing major.
Are you alright?
I'm okay.
Got indeed
You
horsed.
chose the wrong enemy. Eternal sleep is the dead return!
Target threat index lowered.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Eliminating threat.
What a headache.
I'm not afraid of you. Look out!
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Spark.
I'll see you off. Receive divinity.
Thanks. I'll never
Repent.
forget you.
Mission command. Are you alright?
Nothing
I'm
major.
okay.
I definitely need to improve Lee's defense sometimes.
Annihilate.
She is also, I think, only level 70,
You chose
while
the wrong
everyone
enemy.
else is around the 80s.
Don't mess with me. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Stay back, Clara. Hide.
I'll see you off.
What a headache. Who's next?
Eternal sleep is the dead return!
Target threat index lowered.
Annihilate.
Annihilated. Until he assumed dispatching crack troops would be enough to win. Little did it know that today Lee had the High Elder's support and was far stronger than before. The Antimatter Legion was routed before long and utterly annihilated without a trace. With a flick of his sleeve, the High Elder elegantly moved his hand, like billowing clouds, as if communicating telepathically with the huge elixir crucible before him. A strange light burst forth from the crucible. By the way, this is where the VFX artist can add some emotion special effects, and the lump of molten brilliance coalesced like condensation forming in the air. This is the Ignis Aurelia, would cast a star-shattering blade of truth, +12. With the Ignis Aurelia in hand, the next step was to forge them into one instrument. This arduous task will need a trip to the Artisan Commission to borrow their creation furnace. Bloom will be at it, yes. Then let's hit the road. It's been a rough journey, Lee, but now that everything is in hand, we can start with the business of forging the star-shattering blade of truth +12. There are 3 conditions we need to meet in order to forge this divine weapon +12. The sacred materials we have collected so far only count as 1. Lee, do you know what the other 2 are? Some random world-building rules you just made up. Xian, is this girl going to be okay on set? Totally unprofessional. It's okay, my old friend. This esteemed guest has rescued Delo Fu, and naturally she's no ordinary lay person. After all heroes have a bit of an ego. Alright, let's continue. The 2 other conditions needed to create the divine weapon are right here in our artisanship commission. As they say, you need the right tools for the job. Without the smelting equipment and Bona Aqua here, creating a divine weapon would be impossible. As for the last condition, it's about how we forged the weapon. Fortunately, I still have memories from my previous life to serve us. Is there anything that can't happen in this story? The forging process for the divine weapon is like this. Just listen to me. Heaven reigns aqua vitae, flames forge vertis aurelia. Ether tilts askew, arbor sprouts anew, root bathes in imperial dew, iron grows with ephemeral hue, blade shatters starscape, jade eclipses aggro shade. Did you get all that? This verse doesn't rhyme that perfectly. Hey, that's pretty picky. I didn't write this part anyway, so take up any criticism about the poetry with the author. Got it? Next, go to the depths of the Artisanship Commission and use this formula to forge the weapon. Right here. Alright, I'm ready to start a divine weapon. Step 1. What am I doing again? Does it matter? Put in the coolant. Alright, what's the next step? Put in the coolant. Step 3 now. Should put this in, right? Put in the coolant. The weapon's almost finished. The next step is installing the hilt. How does that get done again? Put the Bona Aqua in first, and then the hilt wood. Phew, finally forged. Did the process correctly, right? So be it. Star-shattering blade of truth. +12 is this weapon's old name. It's been dragged through the mud since the fall of the High Elder. Now that you've recast it with skill and precision, why not give it a new name? Ooh. Imaginary intrakinetic portable tactical laser cannon. Hang on. What's this laser cannon about? Imaginary intrakinetic portable tactical laser cannon. But based on my screenplay, this should be called the star-shattering blade of truth +12. Who said the star-shattering blade of truth +12 can't actually be a laser cannon? The market is saturated with boring superhero inertia, and the audience wants something new. There's so much coolant in it. Out with the old and in with the new. Let's use imaginary intrakinetic portable tactical laser cannon +12 here and give them a bit of a sci-fi shock. How about it, Xian? Or aren't you interested in selling us the script anymore? Fine, you two are simply too much. Imaginary intrakinetic portable tactical laser cannon is what you want. Then imaginary intrakinetic portable tactical laser cannon it is. I shouldn't have. Imaginary intrakinetic portable tactical laser cannon. Reborn once more. Settled in Lee's hand. Who suddenly felt invincible, and full of coolant. With the dragon oil elixir flowing internally and the Vidyadhara High Elder's power acting externally, our hero gripping onto this world-destroying divine blade, imaginary intrakinetic portable tactical laser cannon. This time, there is only one thought in Lee's head. The Lord Ranger must be destroyed, so that she and So can remain in peace. Stay tuned for next time. It's too long for the item title. In Mr. Sinian's story, this is the weapon you and High Elder Mark 2000 managed to forge. You can tell at a glance that this dark and faded imaginary intrakinetic portable tactical laser cannon has a legendary past. It's actually a toy laser gun belonging to Mr. Sian's little niece. Then he ran its batteries flat, and she didn't talk to him for 3 days. He returned the toy laser gun to her after replacing the batteries. They have now reconciled. This is the real storytelling. Boy. The two heroes plunged deep into Scale Gorge waterscape, only to see a black shadow enshrouding the ambrosial arbor. It was none other than the root of all evil, the one trying to overthrow the Xian Zone. Fantilia. Will you take into account the things I told you about Fantilia when we fight her again now? Right here, right now, was the critical moment for Fantilia to absorb Abundance's power from the ambrosial arbor. The Lord Ranger sneered. Reckless ants! Accept your fate. He raised the divine weapon fearlessly and dropped this line. Ah! Well,
Great.
she's bigger now. Also, you didn't heal Lee at any point.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sora.
This could end badly. I'm just saying.
You chose the wrong enemy. Receive divinity.
I need to be brave.
Hide.
Don't mess with me.
I mean, we remember the tactic. Make sure that it always attacks Clara. Aphelion. Correct.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Annihilate. Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sora. What a headache. Who's next? Don't mess with me.
Hide.
What a headache. Who's next?
Eternal sleep is nothing. Dead return! Annihilate. Receive divinity.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
Stay back, Clara. I'll see you off.
We're glad we have some good healing around here. Else this monkey business could be a pain.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Hide. You chose the wrong enemy.
What a headache. I'll free you from disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
I need to be brave.
Annihilate. I'll see you off.
Don't mess with me.
Are we done yet?
Thanks.
Wow.
I'll never forget
Clara almost died there. As Fantilia's body crashed down, the crisis of the Shianso Luofu came to an end for now. However, just as Li and High Elder Mark 2000 were getting ready to celebrate, an evil creature lurking deep within the depths reached out its malevolent talons. Hold on a second. Don't worry. I've told you many times already. The battle scenes write themselves. It's fine. I'll finish them later. Fantilia does not look like that! Hey, this was based on your descriptions. Plants on the back, monstrously huge, ferocious. Forget it, Lee. Just forget about that. Treat it as part of the artistic process. The budget for shooting Immersia would shoot through the roof if we really wanted to capture a ferocious and accurate likeness of the Lord Revenger. Yes, that's right. Don't worry about the details. I'll revise them later. Ahem. I'll keep going and bring the story to its denouement then. Faced with an enemy of unprecedented power, what will become of the Trailblazer and the High Elder of the Vidyahara? The next scene is our final decisive battle. Shianso laments woes and age. Trailblazer fails Sanctum of Exaltation. Hey, the title is a spoiler. Come on. It's just a little gimmick for the next scene's preview. I'm not really going to kill you off. You finally finished it. Thank you both for your help. This script of mine is pretty much done now. Looks like I'm not needed anymore, right? I'll head off then. Remember to send us the revisions once you are done so that we can sync up. Ah yes, definitely. As for Miss Lee, you're still waiting to see me wrap up the story, right? I'll get writing immediately. I would never dream of wasting your time. He begins scribbling furiously, and this time he radiates with delight. He's probably in such good spirits because he's managed to get some cash from his IP. Shortly after, he raised his proud head and hands over the manuscript to you. Now, the final scene. The epic finale of our story has finally been completed. Shianso laments woes of age. Trailblazer fails Sanctum of Exaltation. Hope you can give me some feedback once you read through it. Aside from that, I've also written down some side stories of your adventures on the Shianso. Feel free to come and have a read when you have time. Give some comments and help me include them into the legend of the Trailblazer. Hey, I almost forgot. I'm having dinner tonight with some of the playwrights from the Mellow Golden Mayor Immersion Club. Aha, maybe I really am going to make it on the big stage. I have to get home, wash up, shave, change my clothes. So much to do. See you next time. What a painful person to deal with. Let's deal with him more.
Don't worry, Mr. Svarog. We'll be safe here.
Storytelling is such an outdated art form.
All damage over time is increased by 150%. After defeating a trotter, there's a 50% fixed chance of inflicting burn, wind shear, bleed, and shock on all enemies. Additionally, all points received by all enemies increased by 100% for one turn. Hey, we get to play as Sampo. That means I don't need to level him up to show him off. Isn't that great? I like this of passing things on to the next enemies. Just make all those effects even stronger, sure. Hey, John Doe is here. Oh, this is gonna make it a lot easier to reach that 40,000 in the previous ones. All points received from causing damage over time increases by 50%. It's almost like they are made for this. All allies' effect hit rate increased by 100%. It's Sampo. Let's not use the one that's level 1. Silver Wolf is also nihility, meaning she gives enemies lots of debuffs. Do we have anyone else that's good at debuffing? You would be, but you are very low level. Should we try it anyways? Just to see how it goes. I guess. I mean, you mostly want to inflict bad stuff on enemies. You don't need to be strong, but you need to survive is the trick. And we don't have a healer or shielder. And she's dead!
This song's just for you.
Let's see how well this goes with 3 characters.
Turn up the volume.
We're just having fun.
We're just having fun. Stumpo is a wind element nihility character. His basic attack deals wind damage. His skill, Ricochet Love, is a bounce attack. Deals wind damage equal to 56% of Sampo's attack to a single enemy, and further deals damage for 4 extra times, with each time dealing wind damage equal to 56% of Sampo's attack to a random enemy. Rising Love, when using skill, deal damage for 1 extra times to a random enemy. This is similar to Asta's fire attack, just wind element. Ultimate. Deals wind damage equal to 144% of Sampo's attack to all enemies, with a 100% base chance to increase the target's damage over time taken by 27% for 2 turns. Using ultimate additionally regenerates 10 energy. Sampo's attacks have a 65% chance to inflict wind shear for 3 turns. Enemies inflicted with wind shear will take wind damage over time equal to 40% of Sampo's attack at the beginning of each turn. Wind shear can stack up to 5 times. Defeating an enemy with wind shear has a 100% base chance to inflict all enemies with 1 stacks of wind shear. Wind shear, wind shear, wind shear, wind shear, wind shear, wind shear.
Try this on for size.
Can you let me have some fun this time?
Wind shear, wind shear, wind shear.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
I really think I should have just brought a healer along. Because of this. probably better to have a healer.
Pretty good crowd today. Turn it up!
We're just having fun.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it!
More enemies. Time for a buzz.
That's it?
Receive divinity.
Ready to jam.
Eternal sleep is the dead return.
Yeah, having a healer seems a lot more safe.
Time for the main event. Keep up! Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it!
Can I have fun this time?
What are you waiting for? The customer is king. And for me to portray the king, well, you gotta make it worth my while.
Just simple things.
Let's settle this.
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
We're just having fun.
Pretty good crowd today. Turn it up!
You took the bait.
Receive divinity.
That's it? Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it!
This is definitely slower than
Keep up!
the previous rounds of this event.
Nothing major. Eternal sleep. The dead returns.
You took the bait.
Bloom.
Ready to jam.
Repay.
We're just having fun. What are you waiting for? To betray my customers? I charge extra.
Pretty good crowd today. Turn it up! Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it!
Enemy sure taking lots of damage from all of this.
Time for a buzz. This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
Time for the main event. Let's rock!
Hey, we got the 40k. What more could I want? Could want 50k. But those rewards don't sound all that interesting. Actually, this is used to make your own relics without having to farm them. So it's not actually bad at all. After defeating an enemy, damage dealt increased by 25% for 1 turn. This effect can be stacked 2 times. After defeating a trotter, immediately recover 4 skill points. Additionally, all points received by all allies increased by 100% for 1 turn. That sounds familiar. Follow-up attacks, go! All points received from follow-up attacks increased. These 2 again. Yep, this sure looks familiar.
You won't get away. Time to twirl!
Perhaps you still don't. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Time to twirl!
Do you know who I am?
This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl! Time to twirl! Tough luck running into me!
Perhaps you still don't. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Sure are cleaning house around here.
Cute! Gotta try hard some. Watch this awesome move! Time to twirl!
Twirling!
Hide.
You won't get away. Time to twirl!
Honored to meet me.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sora!
Is anyone ever actually gonna attack to trigger Clara's counterattacks?
Do you know who I am?
This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl! Time to twirl!
Well, we've reached the 40k and someone attacked to their own detriment.
Time to twirl!
I have something for you.
Do you know who I am?
This big diamond! It's all yours! You won't get away. Time to twirl!
And we are at the 50k. That's how that works, I guess.
Time to twirl! Tough luck running into me!
Perhaps you still don't. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Time to twirl! Here! I'm not afraid of you.
Annihilate.
What are you looking at?
I'm kinda stuck.
Stay close. Not a step back.
Because nobody's weak to the correct things. So this guy is kinda wasting my turns now.
Mission command.
Time to twirl! I need to be brave.
Hide.
Time to twirl!
Do you know who I am?
This big diamond! It's all yours!
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sora!
Mission command. Go.
for you. Time to twirl! You won't get away. Time to twirl!
60,000.
Not afraid of you.
Perhaps you still don't. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Time to twirl! Gotta try hard sometimes. Watch this awesome move! Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours!
Annihilate.
Honored to meet me. Time to twirl!
I have something for you.
You won't get away. Time to twirl!
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too.
Mr. Sparrow! I need to be brave.
Hide.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Mission command.
Time to twirl!
Perhaps you still don't. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Time to twirl! I don't want to feel...
Rest in peace.
Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
Thankfully, I don't lose any points for losing health.
Are you all right? Stay back, Clara.
Time to twirl!
I have something for you.
Target threat index lowered.
Annihilate.
I want to protect everyone too.
Help me, Mr. Sparrow! Oh.
Or two. Imagine if I lose now. After all this.
I won't break.
It's not that hard to imagine, I guess.
You won't get away. Time to twirl!
Okay. Bit of a score, I would say. An S rank. Are the other two also gonna be repeats of previous ones? Yes. Try a little bit of a different setup around here. I mean, the best person to use would be Arlen, but obviously I cannot. Hi there, person in chat.
You impede me. Your end approaches.
Nap time.
I need to be brave.
Annihilate. Stay back, Clara. Right. Stay back, Clara. Too little.
Receive divinity.
Unnecessary. Fail to stand you. Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too.
Find someone who can break. What do you mean? I mean, they all can break.
I'll see you off.
Might not be able to
Eternal
break
sleep
dance.
is not
though.
dead return.
That paradise may savor it for me. You impede me.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Unnecessary.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Spark.
That paradise, savor it for me.
Eternal sleep, the dead return.
Right as you command.
That'll take more
I
than
was a
medicine.
scared little piggy.
A blade knows no mercy. Fail to stand you. As you command. Stay back, Clara.
You chose the wrong
Just in
enemy.
time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Thanks. I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Spark.
That paradise may savor it for me.
Eternal sleep, the dead return.
I don't think Big Robot showed up last time when we did this challenge.
Hide.
So I guess that might be an aspect of
Just in time.
the higher level.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
I feel much
I
better.
want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Spark.
That paradise may savor it for me. Fail to stand you.
Eternal sleep is the dead return.
Get prepared for lots of exploding fish, I guess.
Nothing major.
Command. I will dispatch you. The fight is set. Stay back, Clara. Are you all right?
I'm okay.
Stay back, Clara.
Nothing major.
Fail to stand you. Stay back, Clara.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
I feel much
I
better.
want to protect everyone too.
I always want to turn auto battle on as soon as I click
Paradise
all
may
the
savor it for me.
4 ultimate buttons.
Eternal sleep is the dead return.
Because it would mean not having to click the individual ultimates
Let's
every
settle
time.
this.
That'll take more than medicine. Nap time.
A blade knows no mercy. Fail to stand you.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Really? Just pig?
Time for a shot.
I'll see you off.
I need to be brave.
Annihilate. I will dispatch you. Your end approaches. Bloom. Unnecessary. Failed to set you.
Not 40,000. Oh well. And last one. Back to that one that I would say didn't go so well. Let's try this instead. Just some slight adjustments, but they might
Song's
make
for
a
you.
difference.
Keep up!
We're just having fun.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Time for a buzz.
Ouch. What are you waiting for? To betray my customers? I charge extra.
Ready to jam.
Eternal sleep.
The dead return!
We're just having fun.
Pretty good crowd today. Turn it up!
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
Nothing major.
Wow, 2 HP wonder.
What are you waiting for? To betray my customers? I charge extra.
Keep up! Ready to
0
lose
HP
yourself?
wonder.
You can fight it or rock with it.
We're just having fun.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Turn it up!
Receive divinity.
We're just having
Eternal
fun.
sleep. The
Dead return!
I think I like this gimmick the least. Because it's just very slow.
Let's
What are you
settle
waiting
this.
for? To betray my customers? I charge extra.
Keep up! Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
More business, eh?
Now there's Ison of Space. Oh. Biggest friend. I mean, we are at 40k.
This song's for you.
So if I survive, it's gonna be fine.
Turn it up.
I'll see you off.
If we survive.
Ready to jam. That's it.
Eternal sleep is not the end.
The dead return!
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
We're just having fun. What are you waiting for? To betray my customers? I charge extra.
And we're at 50k.
Pretty good crowd today. Let's rock.
Whatever you do, don't kill my healer.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
I am about to get lost myself, yes?
The show must go.
I guess losing does not matter. I'm glad. I'm glad to know that victory is not important. Just points. Reach 10,000 points in every scene of Legends Past and Present. Reach the indicated score in the Legends Past and Present during the Tales of the Fantastic event. Yay, Tracks of Destiny. Victory is overhyped. Now, let's read those Legend of the Trailblazer. And that's probably the last thing we'll do. Story cannot be changed after claiming. Let's read it then. To make sure it's correct. Legend of the Trailblazer, Chapter 1, Calamity and Snare's Commission of Alchemy. And the Alchemy Commission was plagued with threats internal and external. The disciples of Sanctus Medicus were wreaking havoc within, while abominations and the ambrosial arbor loomed beyond. Seeing the crisis, Lee yet laughed loudly at the companions behind them. The heroes were confused as to the reason of the laughter, and Lee calmly explained, "I laugh at the folly of these abominations of abundance, and at idiocy of the master of the disciples of Sanctus Medicus." Lorcha cupped their hands in praise. "My sister, you couldn't have said it better. I have heard of your fierce battle against the ruined legion of Yali Luovi. Even with the help of the Doomsday Beast, the legion could not escape an overwhelming defeat. And now these abominations and demon have schemed and plotted. Yet the best they could summon was an ebon deer that stands not a chance against a mighty warrior such as you." The companions exchanged smiles, their morale renewed afresh. At this moment of high spirits, they heard a whooshing sound in the distance. The disciples of Sanctus Medicus wielded colossal crossbows, firing a steady stream of projectiles in a play to catch the companions off guard. Silver Wolf casually caught the flying arrows and tossed them back to their owners. Screams and screeches rose in tandem, for these dishonorable scoundrels were now having a taste of their own medicine. Maybe even Yalilu 6. Yeah, it probably is. Sampo and Serval looked at each other and instantly shared the same thought. We must not let others look down on the two of us. Then they worked their internal chi, made a double jump on the air to fly up, and pounced on the enemy of course, the chaos that ensued is another story altogether. Chapter 2, Nameless Battles, Author of Plagues. It was said that the ebon deer had a hide of iron and hoofs of bronze, impervious to sword and spear. Its eyes glowed like burning lamps, and its cry whistled through the air like the wailing of a terrible ghost. Any ordinary person who encounters such a monster will surely be scared out of their wits. Lee and her companions, however, were not fazed in the least. Esteemed audience, can you guess why? Because the 4 heroes in this story each have their own special abilities and unique skills, and the fighting spirit and endurance to match. Defeating the wicked beast of abundance was but a moment's effort for our heroes. For it is said that Sampo stood 8 feet tall and spanned 8 feet across the waist. When they lowered their head to look down upon the ebon deer, it was akin to a giant looking at a child. They had cultivated their martial skills to perfection. The sharpest of blades are futile against such a person, seeing that its antlers could not gore the hero. The deer stopped its bronze hoofs on the ground with a howl, and branches of the ambrosial arbor sprouted out in all directions, firmly wrapping around Sampo's limbs. For a time, the two were at a standstill. It was at this moment that Serval entered the melee. They raised their giant fists, the size of an automaton's hands, and pounded relentlessly. The monster's hide was thick, but a moment had not passed before the shock from Serval's heavy blows delivered grave internal injuries, and blood flowed from its nostrils. As most can guess, internal injuries don't always have external manifestations. Though there was nary a scratch on the skin of the beast, its insides were already beaten to a rotten pulp. The ebon deer would not last more than a few years with such wounds. Oh no, years. But Lee knew well such a monstrosity, though mortally wounded, would not be allowed to roam freely and terrorize the citizenry. With a gesture from her, Silver Wolf sprang into action, the sword in their hand, spinning as it dispatched the vines, grappling Sampo. With a flash of the sword and flick of the wrist, Luoja dashed straight towards the enemy, and sent the ebon deer to the ground with just one blow. As it turned out, the beast was susceptible to fire, and Luoja was a seasoned fire user. Yes, sure. Quick as a lightning flash, this monster that had stricken fear in countless cloud nights fell to the ground at the hands of our heroes, never to rise again. Chapter 3, Traveler Treasures, Heart of Science. It was said that the High Elder High Elder Mark 2000, great, was the living embodiment of nature's pinnacle and the breathing epitome of heaven's zenith. They did not think that through, and was set by the divine destiny to be born in the mortal world. Lee reckons a diamond must be cut and polished before it can shine. Without a wise teacher and good friends, High Elder Mark 2000 could well join the dark side and follow in the footsteps of the predecessor, Imbibitor Lunai. Though Lee had no blood relation to the High Elder, they had the reasonability to raise the High Elder, and so she summoned their 4 companions to inquire about educational strategies, desirous of giving a bright future to the young High Elder Mark 2000. Sampo said, "This is the future leader of the Vidyahara. It has not mastered the art of warfare and combat. How can he live up to the mandate of the heaven or claim earthly glory by war? How will he maintain his power over his people? I hear that General Jing Yuan excels in the art of war and is the sword champion's disciple. Why not ask the general to be the teacher?" Serval said, "That won't do. How can the cultivation of an outstanding person be continued to slaughter? What about Lady Fu Xuan, Master Diviner, the Divination Commission, the one also known as Omnicia spares none. She is a genius at tactics and strategy, and also literate and eloquent to a fault. She even possesses the hobby of desiring to be everyone's teacher. If Master Diviner Fu can be the teacher, High Elder Mark 2000 will become adept in the ways of the cosmos and of worldly affairs. Silver Wolf shook their head heavily. It said you need a famous teacher to train a great student. How can a hero be cultivated by such mediocre characters? If I may offer a better suggestion, I have caught wind that there is a certain genius named Madame Herta, whose space station orbits the blue. This would be great if it was said by Herta, wouldn't it? She has even gained the favor of Norse the Wisdom Walker, and reached the level of becoming their emanator. Her domain, the space station, is home to 72 sages, 3,000 researchers, and more couriers than could ever be counted. Lee could inform Herta that High Elder Mark 2000 is a courier from far across the stars, and ask for her audience this way. When you meet her, convince her with rarity and appeal to her with cuteness. That would surely pique Madame Herta's curiosity and make her eager to become High Elder Mark 2000's teacher. Blue Orchard sat and pondered deeply with their eyes downcast, and after a few moments looked up and said, as the old saying goes, he who dwells with the virtuous will become virtuous. He who dwells with the wicked will become wicked. I heard that on Li Luo 6 there is a miracle child named Pitch Dark Hook the Great, who is wise beyond her years. Yalilu. Oh. They spelled out how to pronounce the planet's name, isn't it? Yalilu 6. She even recruited persons of upstanding character to form a gallant group called the Moles. Being tutored by an adult would surely spoil High Elder MK 2000's childlike innocence and simplicity. Why not entrust him to the Moles and let him grow into his own person in a natural way, spending his childhood in careless play? So what does Lee think? When it comes to preschool education, aren't the moles the best? After all, the moles are supercalifragilistic expialidocious. What is that a reference to again? It's not SpongeBob, is it? Supercalifragilistic expialidocious. Mary Poppins, right. Right. That's almost SpongeBob. After hearing everyone's eager contribution of nonsense, she firmly believed that with the combined efforts of their companions and High Elder Mark 2000's innate talent, they would surely be able to raise High Elder Mark 2000 as an outstanding High Elder of the Vidyahara. Chapter 4, Dragon Lord commands Wrath of Seas. We are not even halfway done. According to the bar, we are halfway done in chapters. After Lee completed the trial and found the dragon egg under the guidance of the wise Vidyahara spirits, High Elder Mark 2000 descended and subsequently provided powerful support for the group. People often saw a heroic and dashing girl carrying out justice together with an adorable child who wielded a long lance and stood floating on fortuitous clouds. This hero also joined hands with many a valiant leader on the Lawfu and beyond, determined to eradicate the disciples of Sanctus Medicus and the evil of the Ambrosial Arbor. One day Lee and High Elder Mark 2000 came to Scale Gorge Waterscape and gazed there upon the shimmering waters of the vast ancient sea, like a drop of imperial jade, where all things that ever were are lost to the billowing waves. Should be known that the Vidyahara are born from the ancient sea, and to the ancient sea they are destined to return. The sight of their old home filled High Elder Mark 2000 with elation, and they could hardly wait to put down the lance, untie a red silk sash at their waist, and go frolic at the water's edge. Being of the dragon race, visiting the water gives the Vidyahara quietude, clarity, and even epiphany. The young High Elder began playing with the red silk sash in the sea, enjoying the water as if it were second nature. However, it unintentionally started to cast a cloud hymn, its magical notes stirring this heavenscape into gloomy darkness and lifting giant waves into the air. The abominations hiding nearby could not endure the relentless barrage, and they came out in droves, expecting to face the wrath of an earth-shattering giant. Instead, they saw a small child, and they were filled with an indomitable rage. If this small child is already capable of such feats, how can we hope to survive when they are fully grown? And then these fiends, born from the arbor, showed their claws and approached High Elder Mark 2000, vowing to exterminate the hatchling right there and then. Lee rose up anxiously to protect the young one, shouting, "Harm not my child!" Yet High Elder Mark 2000 remained calm and composed, and simply shouted, "Part!" With the raising of High Elder Mark 2000's red sash, the tides of Scale Gorge Waterscape moved as though they were alive, obeying the command to part and never to close back. The abominations, with the murderous fury, were all pulled into the bottomless ravine between the waters. Even the bones were torn out of existence. If any of you have the opportunity to visit Scale Gorge Waterscape, the tide that parted and never closed back is a living testament to the unfathomable powers of this little Vidyadhara. Chapter 5. Xianzhou laments woes of age. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to know that when a divine weapon takes shape, it is often heralded by extraordinary signs. Mountains crumble, rivers run dry, and blood-soaked rain accompanies the wailing of ghosts. Without such phenomena, its divine nature would not be revealed. Through countless hardships, Lee had forged imaginary intrakinetic portable tactical laser cannon. It emerged into the world from coolant. The heavens and earth grew solemn, delves trembled, and the balance of the meridian pin faltered. Whether it be the craft masters of the Artisanship Commission or the plants and trees of the Alchemy Commission, all sentient beings, with or without emotions, rejoiced at the birth of this weapon capable of vanquishing Lord Revengers. Yet, they also keenly sensed the profound death and destruction it will bring forth in the future. At this moment, sorrow filled the hearts of plants and trees, and tears flew from young and old alike. Even the renowned master Gong Shu, who was accustomed to witnessing the creation of exceptional weapons, couldn't help but exclaim when he sensed the murderous aura emanating from the divine weapon. In the current ranking of armaments on Xianzhou, imaginary intrakinetic portable tactical laser cannon deserves to be at the forefront. We haven't heard of any of the characters I included in this story anymore for a long time. Lee was intrigued by his words and asked, "I am but a simple and ignorant one. Pray tell, good sir, if there be talk of an armament ranking, surely there must be other marvels of weaponry aboard the Xianzhou that are worthy of my attention." When it comes to divine armament and marvel of weaponry, I am indeed the expert. Allow me to share some insights with the young heroine. In terms of sheer power, it is undoubtedly the devastator glaive wielded by General Jing Yuan. This weapon was crafted from the remnants of the Lux arrow, which was shot by the rainbow to extinguish the embers of fallen stars. It weighs a staggering 13,500 catties. So many cats. When held in the general's hand, it may appear like an ordinary Cloud Knight's glaive of moderate length, but when unleashed in its full glory, held by the divine Empironite summoned by the general. This weapon defies the heavens and the earth. Its single strike has the power to sunder mountains and cleave peaks. When it comes to sapience, the foremost recommendation is the spherical astrolabe wielded by the esteemed Master Diviner. This wondrous artifact resembles a wheel constantly rotating. Embedded within it are 108 jade apaci, attuned to the profound patterns of the matrix of prescience. It can divine fortunes and evil, discern auspicious and ominous signs, and unveil the most prudent courses of action. Truly, it is a brilliant beacon illuminating the nebulous mysteries of past and futures. A treasure indeed. When it comes to precision, there is only one that stands out. The bow of spirit wielded by Madame Yukong, the Helm Master of the Skyfaring Commission. When the bowstring is drawn, it becomes one with the archer, guiding the darting arrows, unerring, to their target's piercing hearts with every shot. Upon hearing this, Lee was filled with joy. So many awe-inspiring marvels of weaponry are aboard the Shianso, and yet none of them are put to good use. You see, they are a gift to the foes of evil. Why not use these weapons? One does not simply lock away their precious. Why not lend them to me and my friends to deal with the disciples of Sanctus Medicus and drive away the ruined legion? With these weapons of power in hand, it would just be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? At this point of the story, I'm seriously finding it difficult to continue. I boast too much about the weapons on Lord Fu would actually imply that their masters have been spectators and didn't want to do any work throughout the whole affair. How can I possibly make the narrative work and tie it all together? Well, forget it. Young lady, I can't continue with this script, so I'll just put my signature on it and give it to you. Consider it a collector's item. Treasure it! Chapter 6. Trailblazer fails Sanctum of Exaltation. Though Fantilia, the master primus of all evil, was eliminated, the ambrosial arbor it poisoned was on the verge of losing control. This towering plant sprouted rapidly, and the abominations of abundance hiding in its branches and veins poured into the human realm as they gained bodies of corporal flesh and blood. Lee knew that, should the ambrosial arbor be allowed to grow to its full, the Shianso Lord Fu shall be reduced to a ship of the dead. Faced with veritable tsunamis of abominations of abundance, Lee signaled the band of heroes to retreat while providing cover for them. At that precipitous moment, she yelled, "Ah!" like a lightning bolt that slammed into the ground. The light that exploded out of imaginary intrakinetic portable tactical laser cannon engulfed all, stabbing toward and tearing apart the ambrosial arbor, destroying the very sky itself. For a moment the ground toppled and the sky trembled in the Shianso's countless delves, as if the rainbow had returned to shoot down stars, as if the death of the divine wood sent up a cataclysmic dust storm. After the clouds dissipated, a few days later, and the Shianso returned to peace, the Cloud Knights, guarding the arbor, sought unceasingly for Lee, and yet could not find a single trace of them, just like the ephemeral theophany of the rainbow. When General Jin Yuang heard the news, he could not help but lament and shed tears worthy for a hero. However, though the general is wise, he did not divine that legendary characters such as Lee will never die in the company of demons and crowns. Blessed by the Cloud Strider, Lee had already left a devastation and quietly started on a new hero's journey. The ruined legion still ravages the starry seas, and the worlds waiting for salvation are endless. The legend of the heroes of the Trailblaze continues on. As it is said, serene was the Shianso, free from harm. Quiet was the palace, rich in charm, until the demons breached the gate, leaving the palace bloodied by fate. Then comes a heroine, tall and strong, flesh and iron, 7 feet long. Evil minions fall to her might. Under her staff, they bleed in flight. Mount in the clouds, she pursues all foes, riding the dragon. She purges all woes. Towards the sky, she splits through. Onto the arbor, she strikes true. I do not want to change. Now we have it as a book. Storytellers spin up tales all the time about heroes and heroines and legions and knights. Yet this tale goes beyond the storyteller's imagination. It draws inspiration from your extraordinary adventures. To find out what happens next, please tune in next time. Yes, we did all there is to this. Yay, stuff. Yay, stuff. More tracks of destiny. Any new stories? Miss Lee, I'm still fleshing out the stories and the legend of the Trailblazer. By the way, I made up a few side stories. Would you like to hear them? Oh ho! You're just leading me back here, so no. No, I don't think I will. All is done. All is complete. We didn't get a message from Clara. Sad as it is. So, maybe we'll continue Clara's story next time. Depends on whether or not she wants to write me again. Take it easy, Icarus. Fly a Cyclone to test the limits of its remote control range. Oh, did I fly all the way up? That one moment with the dogs? Possibly. Any more undelivered goods around to finish us off?
So expensive, but it looks really nice.
Come on in.
Come on in.
I'm planning on quitting my job.
There never are any undelivered goods around when you need them. This is a broken down old newsstand that just stands there in silence, watching the crowd impassively. It seems particularly low-key among the humdrum of Starwatcher Avenue. The shop front seems like it had been closed for some time, judging from the thick build-up of dust, but you don't know why it's closed down, nor how many Shianso days have passed since its shut down. It looks like it doesn't belong to anyone. Perhaps it really doesn't. Do you get it? That last sentence was actually a hint. It means you could roll up the curtain over the door at any point without any moral or legal consequences, since it's just a lonely abandoned shop. So, will you roll up the curtain and take a peek? You're very likely to find some treasures inside. Very likely. Then, let me find out. You roll up the curtain and see dust floating about in the gloom. Oh, there's also a filthy little box with some pens, ink, paper, and an inkstone around it. Us of Nepenthe. If someone wrote their name on a post-it and stuck it on their forehead, this would be the name. What's in the box? Such a smooth train of thought. Looks like you're already familiar with the way of Trailblaze. Pop it open once and for all. You quickly open the box and find a letter inside, which is surprisingly pristine condition, given the state of the old newsstand. To be honest, the whole vibe is starting to feel a little weird. More reading! I have found more reading. Dear Mr. Carefree, mysterious advisory letter. I hope this finds you well. Your suggestions have been well received. Since then, I've received many favors, and I am extremely grateful. However, I've recently encountered some weird matters which I find frustrating. After much deliberation, I finally decided to trouble you, and I hope that you can be so kind as to enlighten me on the matter. I used to own several entities, all of which being operated in tip-top shape. However, you probably are also aware of the denizens of abundance. A few decades back, the ones they call Shen, in cahoots with the disciples of Sanctus Medicus, who all infiltrate the Shianso under the auspices of a grand fair guild to try starting a riot. I got caught up in all this with the rebels, and my business was getting worse by the day to the point of being unsustainable. I'm afraid it's on the verge of bankruptcy. It's left me sleepless, and I have no idea what to do. It would be impossible to cover all the debts alone. I've racked my brains to come up with plans like fleeing to an alien planet, but I never escape a warrant from the 10 Lords. If things are like they seem, I'd be better off surrendering at the Hall of Karma and just ending everything. I wouldn't mind if it were only me that's affected, but I've got kids and elders that could be in danger no matter what I do. I cannot countenance such outrageous acts, but no alternative remains. And so I seek your advice and hope you are able to offer a few pointers. I would be forever indebted to any teachings you could offer. Otherwise, I'll be off to the Hall of Karma. The remainder of the letter is blurry and illegible. Looks like this is an anonymous advisory letter. Judging from the contents, this small shop once belonged to a mysterious person named Mr. Carefree, who probably made a living by composing advice for other people. And it seems like this is the second time the author of the letter had written to Mr. Carefree. But where could this gentleman be now? Nobody knows. The fate of the poor author of the letter also remains unknown. But everything is possible, especially given the longevity of the Jianzhou natives. The author of this letter may still be holding out for some advice from Mr. Carefree. So, perhaps carried away on a whim, you picked up the pen and paper beside the box and decided to compose a reply to the poor correspondent on behalf of this missing Mr. Carefree. So then, how should you reply? Put your brain to use and write an opening line. Pitiable stranger. Oh, pitiable stranger. Reading about your experiences has left me with a deep sense of regret. Therefore, I venture to offer my esteemed opinion. For you to carefully obey, you should flee far away, as trouble is surely imminent. Cut off all ties to Shianzhou and run for the hills. Trouble never comes alone, so don't worry about those debts, just let them all go. Pitiful stranger, after learning what you went through, I'm overwhelmed with deep sorrow. This is why I've decided, if I may be so bold, to offer my wise advice to you for you to heed. You should sever all ties with Shianzhou and then make a run for it as far away as possible. This way you won't be troubled by however many debts you may owe. Let them all be gone with the wind. You sign your name in one flowing motion and shove your crude calligraphy back into the box. Right now, you have no idea whether or not this means anything. Why not come back to check it out later? Someone remember that for me, because I may forget.
just like a dream out of sight and mind. 600 years in this mortal bind. You say you like me, but...
Kids will be kids.
When it first opened, the Petrichor Inn had another...
I really have not found any more boxes. I'm surprised. We are not approaching that. That seems very important. We're not approaching Todd either. Boxes! A courier package that's a perfect fit. The digital label clearly states that the item inside will be used for a controlled release. The line of colors Shienso letters would disturb any being capable of empathy. Seriously, you'd better rip it open to check up on things. I have to open this up and see! Out of simple moral obligation and the human spirit, you tear off the digital label and open the courier package, only to find an express cycrane, seemingly in sleep mode, due to overexertion. A note has been placed beside this pure cycrane's body. Cycranes aren't slaves for the Heron Express. They should soar freely in the sky. The Unshackled! Seems like this group called the Unshackled has a sense of humor. And on that note, I will unshackle myself from this game and this stream, and we'll be done for today.
Don't worry, Mr. Svarog. We'll be safe here.
Is this the most important thing to get here? Right now? Right here? This for relics. Yeah, let's just get those. Good. Spent all my stuff. We love to see it.
Mr. Svarog! Oh!
Goodbye. See you all next time. For probably more Clara. Probably a lot more also. Bye. Thanks for explaining the leg length. It was about time.
Mr. Svarog! Oh!
Or surely there had to be a reason.